this point to level 82. And I would assume that the plant druid can actually do it quicker. I know that sounds crazy, but plant druid is insane. So we still have to finish Act 3. We have done Act 1 and 2 interlude. And now comes the point. We zoom further. Also going to be having to focus a bit more. Oh shit, I have this on here and this on here. Sorry, we still get like the, I gotta still get more out of the tornado. It's like my secret plan, because I really want the tornado to be a main component of the build. Even though like it's more a physical damage focused build, but I just don't accept that the tornado ain't amazing, right? I want it to be absolute killer. We could go into the temple, but I have nothing that I want from the temple right now. The problem. So we're probably going to keep the temple for the early end game and mess around with that. It makes the most sense. Oh, I have sprinted in and stabbed a little fallen. How are you doing, Gummy? I'm very well. I hope you're doing good too. Any druid crossbow builds? You could technically do oil, like explosive grenades with oil breath, but I just really don't see where the advantage of that is. I think about it. So technically, yeah, possible, but nah. I mean, end of the day, you can play inevitable critical on the druid, and the druid itself also has a lot of physical damage nodes, so technically the druid side of the board works for grenades. However, the biggest issue is that for crossbows and or grenades, you really have to make it over to the mercenary side. So you pretty much would have to travel from here over to down there, which is not like, it's not like nah, won't happen. It's more oof. We got entangle 13 pounds, vines, tornado, thunderstorm, tangle. Tangles are our main, so we might as well get tangle up first. Which is the easiest to play druid to play on higher maps? Well, wyvern just one hits and the whole screen explodes, and that's relatively easy to achieve. The bear needs a bit more HP, armor, and everything, so wyvern definitely over bear. For the plant druid, I can't tell you right now, but from what I have seen here so far, we get pin chance with our spells. We can also put on a pin support, so you could pretty much put a plant druid in a way that I shoot my entangles at the enemy, and they can't actually do anything anymore. And that's quite the nifty thought, because, well, I mean, what kills you? Enemies, right? But if your enemies can't do shit, then they can't kill you, and then they just die. So plant-based build could technically turn out to be the easiest mapper, end of the day. I mean, it comes down to obviously what you want to play. If you want to play like with spells, or if you're rather interested in playing with attacks, right? That's also something to consider. However, I do believe that plants might turn out to be like the easiest progression, especially because the problem with wyvern and bear, that you're pretty much in a state of I need defense, or I'm gonna die, because you're always inside the opponent. Whereas the plant-based build, I don't need to be inside my opponents, right? I can kill them all from the distance. I don't have to like engage, and that is insanely useful. Does the plant druid work like a contagion build? No. The plant druid works a bit like sparks in the beginning. You're using entangle, and entangle is like spark from the mage, right? And that entangle does hitting damage and then damage over time. Then you're adding a storm. A storm is more damage over time, but it makes also your plants explode, so that's bonus damage. Then you get your thrashing vines, which is these from the ground that you also water, and then they'll explode and do more damage, so that's another source of damage. And you just keep stacking sources of damage on top of each other. Now we also have the tornado, which is a physical focus spell that also deals more damage when we have like ground surfaces, and we are creating ground surfaces with our rise skills. So yeah, that's kind of like how it functions from a basic standpoint. And it's quite fun because the cast times are instantaneous, so it's really quick. It's not like you can see, like, I do my tornado is just there. So I don't actually have to wait for the tornado to be cast, right? It's not a lengthy process, it's just tornado. And this makes it like so much fun because I just jam button happens. Jam button happens. Right? And the same goes for all the other skills. It's not like playing the bear where everything is delayed. Right? You play the bear and it's like, ooh, ooh. Feels very bad at times. Is there a way to take off the flute spamming sound while critical hitting? I don't know, sir. I cannot tell you. Oops, I should have probably not stood there and getting shot at by poison. Shaman or Oracle? Right now we are Oracle because you need the unseen path taken. Without the unseen path taken, you're going to be missing out on too many nodes for the Druid. However, it really comes down what you're planning to do. So let's say you want to do something with cast on crit, because cast on crit actually works really well since the base crit chance of Entangle was, I think, 10% if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the base crit is high, and that makes it actually possible to use it very efficient with cast on crit. Especially because the Oracle gives you inevitable critical forced outcomes, which is quite amazing. So now we're going to spam all our things. We're going to put the Tornado on, right? We get the Entangle. We're going to pounce in for the pounce bonus damage. My wolf skill isn't activated. I am wondering where my lats are the whole time. So we're pretty much going to put all the damage over time on her. Let me show you properly with the wolves now upgraded. You're going to unleash your whole arsenal, and then you pretty much scoot around her just using Entangle. So we put down the Thrashing Vines, we put down the Thunderstorm, do Entangle, 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 do the Tornado, we leave in because that's a damage multiplier, and it also breaks armor, right? And then you just have her pretty much get destroyed by all the shit that you're dueling. And also get stunned because all the damage we're dealing is like physical, right? So there's a huge portion of stun build-up happening. And then you just spam her with your Entangle and your thingies, and you win. Do I think Wyvern should go for Armor and Shield? Wyvern should go for Armor and Shield for one simple reason. Wyvern has Devour. Devour gives you heal, and the heal from Devour can be combined very easily together with the power of Zealous Oaths to recharge Energy Shield. If you don't know how that works yet, you should watch the YouTube video on it. I'm not trying to bait you into my YouTube videos, but I am. It's one of the best defensive mechanisms that the game pretty much has to offer, because it's like guaranteed energy shield. You jump in and you get guaranteed 2,000 energy shield back per second. It's insane. Okay, that body armor is useless. Let's actually get a stack of our... Put everything back into the stash, sorry. That's 95 max life, but it's not max armor. I mean, the max life would be nifty, but... About in. Break it down, break it down, break it down. We're going to sell the armor. We might keep the talisman because we're still, like, not necessarily in need of a normal talisman, right? But we still try to wear, like, a good talisman for what we're doing here. Oh, that's a lot of physical damage increase. I actually have to keep that for the time being for my tier 3. That's my Valakos Vice. I don't know, like, this is my 4th Valakos Vice at this point. It's actually my 4th. That's a steaming pile of bullshit that we get so many.
Back again. I'm sure I've got
Sell this. Tier 14. So with the tier 14 gem, what we would like to have is down here the cast on critical. However, the cast on critical requires 100 spirit. So I couldn't just whoop it out right now just willy-nilly. We could also go for cast on elemental ailment, but we don't really do that. Elemental conflux is useless. And Feral Invocation feels terrible. So the best that we have is really cast on critical. However, cast on critical is only worth it with the 4th Ascension. Why the 3rd Ascension? Sorry. Why the 3rd Ascension? Because with cast on critical, you need the guaranteed forced outcomes. And until we have that, I don't think we're going to use it. Now, there's an interesting thing, though. Like, you're asking for Wyvern, should you go for armor? Or armor and energy shield. I'm actually not sure what goes for the human form. Because right now I'm running maximum armor, because maximum armor is just guaranteed defense, right? By leveling, maximum armor is king, and evasion rating actually, but maximum armor is usually better. So I like to just stack armor like crazy. Now I don't know if for the plant druid I'm actually gonna go for energy shield, or if I will hog a full armor, because I'm not entirely sure how the whole recharge plan will work out, right? Tiki, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Tiki, congratulations on your portal. So many people claiming those cosmetics. I mean, it's really cool to see that Grinding Gear Games puts on support like that every single season. It's something Diablo's definitely struggling with. Okay, let's get those 2 bonus skill points, and then finally some defense. What you have to understand at this point is, Chad, we haven't taken a single defensive note. We have, in fact, not taken a single defensive note. We're pretty much at 40% armor, and that's it. No bonuses from anything, right? No, like 10%, 20, no, not a single thing. We're running around butt naked when it comes down to defense. I should probably go into the Vaal ruins before they keep being weird. Crafting on YouTube video helped me a lot. You're the go, Tiki. I'm happy it worked for you, brother. I mean, the crafting video was intentionally done basic because there's more depth you can add, but every level of depth just adds more cost. And as interesting as the depth is of the Path of Exile crafting, right? What's the use if it just gets more and more expensive and you can't afford shit anyways? Oh, Chamber of Souls tier 2. Okay. Hey, by the way, Chad, have you seen my cool have you seen my cool commander room in the back? Okay, allow soul core corruption. We're gonna do the tier 2, and we're gonna do some of the bosses just for experience here right now. Should be easy. By the way, we finally get this one, ladies and gentlemen. We've been running around with a very weak-ass one so far. Very, very weak-ass item. We finally get something cool. Okay, could you please open up? The whole animation reminds me of Stargate. You didn't hit damage on your 3rd prefix, so you wasted a base. Yeah. It's like, end of the day, no matter how deterministic crafting can be or how you can force an outcome, there's still a certain element of gamble to it, as you say, right? No matter how like you influence it. There will always be that certain level of gamble. Okay, we need to get to the commander's rooms. Because we get like these tier 3 commanders here, back to back to back to back. Oh, I need to start picking up foci. Foci? I don't know. But we need to start picking them up because I tend to like just ignore them for no reason. Pounds. Thunderstorm. Crashing mines. Tornado. Pounds. Why are we pouncing in? We're trying to create shock ground because then I get a shock ground tornado, which you can imagine is actually pretty lit. Okay, a pristine regal workbench. What we're gonna do is we're gonna identify this one for 349. We're gonna magic this one up and 33 spirit. If I take the 33 spirit, I could use cast on crit already. So we're gonna regal that up and hope that we get like some cool things. But we could start with cast on crit. I wouldn't just know what to cast on crit. That's the whole point, right? So I could do cast on crit, but the question would rather be what do we even want to cast on crit? Anonymous, thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. Anonymous, that's very kind of you. Take that. Oh shit, he hit me. He hit me, Chad. Always a surprise when they actually get you. Tornadoes? But the tornadoes are so easy to cast. It feels stupid to cast on crit them because you don't have like a downside of casting them, if that makes sense. So I pretty much just tap the button and it's out. You know, if there was a difficulty of casting the tornadoes, I would say yeah. But there's just none, right? You just quick tap the button as you get all the other stuff out. Yeah, I leap in, I do my storm, I do my tornado. Then I just keep doing all the other skills until the tornado is gone. And then I add the tornado just back up. It's generally such a non-hassle to get the tornado rolling that it feels like bad if you would waste anything on it. Okay, alchemy workbench. Normal, magic item to... yeah, magic into a rare does also work. That's a lot of armor. And a lot of max life and elemental armor damage. Shit, we need to take that chest piece, Chad. It just has too many good things to offer here. Right? It provides you with defense and it gives us the elemental armor thingy. We'll just focus. Okay, let's get everything. Need to pick up the focus. That's for sure. And the code. Preferable the club too, because we're like taking everything with quality, right? Because quality is always needed. Let's get out. We get everything we wanted. Did you give up on the explosion plants? No, sir. We have the thrashing vines. We have the entangle with accelerated growth. All of that is just accelerated growth. Nothing has changed about these things. They're still existing. Why would you give up on them? That would be a big mistake. You want to play like everything, right? Max count of wolves are 5. No, if you quality up the gem, it's going to be 6. And if you then leap in to create your mark and consume the mark, you get more as well. That is not the max of wolves. You can make more and more and more. No, remove life recovery from mana is a dud. Need an ultimate mana flask as well. Okay, the helmet is 206, so that's terrible. That's 44 max energy shield. They're two both terrible. I mean, in that case, resistance wasn't a bad one, right? But unless they're giving me damage, I don't want it. They need to provide a substantial amount of boom. Or we don't want it. Doriani, sell me a ultimate mana flask. Oh, I already have one. No, it's transcendent. Recovery applied instantly. Done. Not that I need like a mana potion, I think. See? We get the puppies. How do you get the puppies with being wolf and still getting used to Druid and having a hard time with ice? What? Fourth sentence. Rails. So the puppies are from a spirit skill. For that spirit skill, you need to be, you have to have 60 spirit because that's how much it costs. And that means Act 3. So usually you get those in Act 3, not earlier. Just FYI. So we're still mainly using the plants and we're entangling them, but while I'm running through maps, the tornado is just more efficient. Because you pretty much run past people, then you drop the tornado and they die. Right? Why we're mostly not using the plants for clearing. Tornado just does what the plants do. The only disadvantage is that I have to like leap through people, right? For it to do that. Pounds in. Pop the tornado. Oh wow, you hit me on that range. Annoying. You know if the endgame maps drop a lot of exalteds? Yes, they do. I mean, it's also not the endgame maps where you're mostly getting the exalteds from. I mean, sure, you get them from the endgame. I just leapt into that. Great. I'm a genius. Most exalteds I've gotten from trading, honestly. So I don't like trade to buy myself items. I trade to get currency, if that makes sense, so I can craft more. It's like the reason why I personally trade, because it's like more fun to me. And I found, for example, a unique item that gave me 300 exalted. Right? That's it. Boom. But sometimes it do be that way. Sometimes you just get something amazing and then you just make yourself profit like crazy. However, endgame maps also drop tons of currency, especially when you use tablets. So I, for example, like to use the abyssal tablets, and like as soon as you manage to clear abyss like very easy, you're going to be swimming in currency, because one abyss map just drops so much. Like you're going out like with 20 exalted or so after a quick run. Okay, we're going to get ourselves here bonus skill speed, and now we're going to go for the skill effect duration and make our way to the armored energy shield here on the side, because this is skill effect duration and stun threshold, so I can't get stunned out of things, right? But I could also easily get myself the armored energy shield, which is kind of nifty. I guess we're gonna later like abandon these points and just go over the 1, 2 here, because like 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points that I could probably save on. Maybe even right now. Let's see if I hunt these here quickly. I can just go over int there. I can these are connect. I just have to refund that point, connect this, fund these. Yeah, technically increased damage with plant skills could get rid of that, because this is like physical damage and this is physical damage, and this is only damage with plant skills. Makes things slightly more efficient and gives me finally a bigger level of defense. So that's quite nice. Definitely a big point saver. I don't think we need the plants have chance to be overgrown instantly, actually. So we could probably cut that out at some point too. There are two free bug points. No, you missed the ones in the Interlude Act 2. In Interlude Act 2, after beating Interlude Act 2, you need to talk to Risi, and Risi gives you another 2 points. Okay. Or you forget to talk to Tujin in Act 4, who also gives you 2 bonus points after you killed the beast in the Isle of... The island with the tiny buggers and the giant lady. So those are 2 locations where you could have missed out on. So there are 24 passive points that you get bonus. And you can easily miss. She always died. Downfall. Well, it's hard in the end game, like, to get used to the dying part. The most important thing that you need to learn in the end game is that defense is more important than offense. It sounds so weird because, yeah, sure, obviously defense is more important than offense, but no, defense is more important than offense, okay? Listen. Like, you're literally going to put damage away just to get defense because you have enough offense at some point, right? At some point when you're talking about tier 15 maps, farming currency, you have enough damage. You only need more damage to pretty much kill things faster, but first you need to survive to kill things faster. And that's like a mental switch you gotta do that makes no sense sometimes, because in the campaign it's all about damage, right? Like you usually I don't take a single point of defense when I'm going through the campaign because it's just so straightforward and simple to just keep blasting. Right? Keep blasting, keep doing more damage. Why would I ever go for defensive skill? I'm in the campaign, for God's sake, right? But as soon as you're in the end game, it's suddenly like, ah, yeah, so you better look at that defense, you little shit. Game has no defense. I mean, spoken like someone who has no clue. Sorry, brother. Game has enough defense. I can armor stack like crazy. My wyvern is undying. And if you don't reach that point, you just need to widen your understanding. It's not meant as a offense, but there is enough defense. You can get tanky. My bear druid, for example, had a harder time because at some point being more tanky just meant getting more HP. My armor was at 90%, and then I just really need more HP to become tanky. However, my wyvern just is at a point where I can't die. Okay, what do you have? A Crown of the Pale King. That's for thorns. Fire Patch is actually good because it gave you those thorns. Meganord's Girdle. Meganord's has been used. Midnight Braid is kind of funny. Getting one. Bear's Anguish. I know a lot of people want to have Bear's Anguish. I could create Ignited Ground with that. We're probably going to take a Midnight Braid. Just be happy about it. Midnight Braid can be used to make sure of mana problems, right? Damage taken is recouped as mana. So you just take that and fix your mana issues. Dunzo. How are you tornadoes fire infused? Well, you might see that I trail fire. So I have these boots here called Birth of Fury Stonegreaves. And the Birth of Fury, they make a fire trail behind you. A consistent fire trail. It's actually quite nifty. And it is the easiest way how to get this fire infused. Then we also have our Leap. And our Leap, if it critical strikes, creates shocked ground. That means I have a fire-infused shocked tornado at every given point. Which is actually really, really, really useful. Now, the only thing I would need is a companion. And that companion should preferably... make Ice Trial. And then I would have the triple stack. However, I don't know if I want to keep up using the tornado or not. I personally love the tornado. There's obviously a way to play without it, but I feel like the tornado is just stupid bonus damage that it does not hurt to have. And also playing these boots is not a downside. They're literally armored boots that just make you more tanky and they give you movement speed, right? So why not? It also looks very cool. I cannot resist using it. It just looks very cool. The tornado makes brain happy. Exactly. It's just you press the button and you see this gigantic thingy go off. Kind of fun. I mean, at the end of the day, the DPS is there, right? For ground surface consumed, it's like another 2,000 DPS. And it's actually not even damage per second, right? It's more because the tornado doesn't attack once per second. You can pretty much have the tornado attack or tick 2 times per second, which is quite impressive. So, like, Good. Now we're gonna consider what do we want to do. We could want to play with this. We have all the damages. We have all the bonus fissures. I mean, we technically need more defense. We technically need more crit as well. We get all the bonus physical damage blaster nodes, so that's kind of fun. I like that. We could go for full crit. And we will go for full crit at some point. Or more crit. We could probably take movement speed here because movement speed would just allow you to zoom faster. I don't need the cooldown recovery rate though, so we can ignore that. I kind of want to take this node down here because like bonus spell damage, but I also feel like it's a wasted node. This one was armor per energy shield boots. That doesn't work. And technically, we have the node up here, so let's just juice out some more defense for the time being, because again, we have the damage. I don't need more damage. Flat plant damage. Cast on crit is still a thing. Yes, sir. Cast on crit is still a thing. However, like for cast on crit, you need the next Ascension. Otherwise, it's not worth it. So right now, the base crit chance that you have, for example, with Entangle is 10%. The base crit chance we have with Entangle is sitting at 10%, yeah. But we don't have the passive to force these critical outcomes. So right now we need to ascend another time to make sure to get these forced critical outcomes. Okay. That would be very funny. Because then we can also mess around with keystones doing stupid things. No? It's going to be plenty cool. Because the best part is about the Oracle, that I could just take random keystones that I don't need. Okay? Absolute random keystones that make no sense for my build. And I could still take them to get massive improvement. Later. Not right now. What do we do with this? So you get, for example, you can take Zealoth Oaths. And then I can take everything in a medium radius around it. So I could just take this node with Zealoth Oaths, right? I could just take the Ancestral Bond, which also allows me to take Dangerous Blossom without putting a further point in. I could take Elemental Equilibrium. And then with Elemental Equilibrium, I can just take here, whatever, increase critical hit chance for spells and increase critical damage bonus for spells, right? So just like that. You could take the Black Flame Covenant, even though I don't need the Black Flame Covenant. However, if I just take the Black Flame Covenant, I could take here the more physical damage, and I could take here the elemental ailment type bonus damage shenanigans and whatsoever. Right? And that's kind of like the way how it goes with this. You're going to be trying to like use the keystones to your advantage to get the most out of it. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 5 gifters. Jank's good to see you there. Venumus, a nice name there, Venumus. There's a joke about Venumus and pet snakes being a nice name for a snake. Thank you, Bits, also for the brand new Prime sub. Good morning. Fire spells are still trash in this update. Yes. I wish it wasn't like that. I wish I had good news for you, but fire spells are still at the point where it's like, yeah, I mean, it's nice that you exist, but there's nothing too exciting going on. However, there is Fire Tornado, but again, that's just using fire spells to boost Tornado, like the tornadoes from Huntress, okay? Then there's obviously our Tornado here, but that's not a fire spell. It's a storm spell that's then fire ignited, right? You do have Flame Breath from the Wyvern, but that's not a spell. That's Flame Breath from the Wyvern. So all in all, yes, flame spells are still a disappointment. I'm just simply sad that we can't do a Fireball playstyle. There is a Fireball in the game, and Fireball is like the ultimate power fantasy of every mage, technically, right? But we can't actually do a Fireball playstyle. Well, what am I supposed to make out of that? Like, tell me. I can use fireballs. What am I gonna do?
Good to see you.
Okay, that's maximum energy shield. Let's see. What resistance? Midnight Braid. Is that my second Midnight Braid? My second Midnight Braid. Interesting. You got 26 max life. I don't need you.
Hey, see take it off your hands. Sharp eyes, steady hands.
Tier 14 skill is my Thunderstorm 2. See if he sells me anything decent. Decent talisman, not gonna lie. I don't want to have like new gloves. I've been wearing these gloves forever now. I haven't gotten any new ones.
Aye, the land provides.
Do you think enemies hit us too hard in the current patch? No. I mean, what level are you at? Right? So you can beat the campaign without ever going for a single point of defense. However, obviously it's more convenient if you go at least for a bit of defense instead of just ignoring everything. In the mapping stage, you obviously have to take care of your defense, right? And the biggest issue with the endgame is you pretty much have to start doing higher leveled maps to get better equipment, to then be able to get the higher leveled items that will then help you to do these higher level maps. However, you always in the beginning have to do higher level maps with shitty equipment to get to that point, right? There's going to be this struggle like, oh no, I'm too squishy for this map, yet I need to do it to actually get better stuff. And if you get really unlucky with the drops, it might take some time. Right? I play my characters mostly soul self-found in the end game, right? And you sometimes end up very unlucky and just thirsting for upgrades. And therefore you keep playing maps despite being like not defensive enough. And if you're playing a melee character, that can be shitty. Yeah. When you're trying to survive and the game is like, yeah, but no defense, por favor. Why is the sorcerer way tankier than your bear druid? Because energy shield is cheat code. I mean, we're living in healthy times where, what's it called again? Where Grim Feast doesn't exist anymore. Let's remember Grim Feast, where you were just zooming over the map and restoring your energy shield like crazy while killing things. So energy shield used to be completely broken. Nowadays, it's just good. Right?
What nonsense do you speak? No matter. Now you die.
An energy shield used to be absolutely, completely broken. Now it's obviously still the strongest defense you can have, especially with chaos inoculation. And I think this is the biggest scam, because if you are an energy shield character, you can just pick up the skill called chaos inoculation, which will make you immune to chaos damage, right? And therefore, you just don't have to worry about any kind of chaos resistance. While if I take chaos inoculation as a warrior, I just die. Right? Like, it just puts my HP to 1 and I die. So, why? Why can a mage save themselves forever, but I can't? Okay, we're done with the interlude act at level 61. That's a decent level for this. Now we need to rush for 70 so we can ascend. Mountain Drew, thank you for the 9 months of support. Mountain Drew, welcome back, partner. Okay, that's very good damage there. 114 max life. Yeah, don't mind if I do. See, these are the drops that make the difference, right? 114 max life drop is just crazy good, crazy useful.
My spirit. Yes. Good to see. What's it to be?
I need like a energy shield, somewhat armor, because I don't have the strength anymore to wield that, right?
Land provides. I'm sure I've got some. That'll do nicely. The land provides.
Cold damage. I don't do cold damage. Thank you for the 12 dexterity that we don't need. Random energy shield armor.
What is it?
We don't have the strength anymore to use this. Goodbye armor. Should do. Let's go back to King's March. And then teleport to Arrive, right? Rings help so much with DPS potential. Yeah, but no. The problem with rings on magical characters is they're way harder to get. Because on physical damage characters or general like on characters that use any kind of attacks, you just get flat damage stats. But for casters, you need to look for so much more to get to that point. By the way, my resties are actually good this time around. Jeez. Okay, we get 2 more skill points. What was I doing? I was getting more armor and energy shield for the time being.
Go on.
Okay, we need a tier 1 map. Put everything in the stash finally. So, first tier 1 map, chat. Start of mapping. Let's begin with something tame, right? I'll have like super shitty start. Scorpion, good to see you there. Thank you for the 4 beautiful months of support. Scorpion, that's very kind. We're going to make our way further upwards. I still need to get like way more corrupted thingies because I haven't gotten like many corrupted thingies actually, right? Did server issues like lagging when entering maps still not get fixed? Which lagging? When entering maps? I don't know what you're talking about. So, first map, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we don't have the full resties, so that is always a bummer. Goal is now to take these maps to rush to level 70, okay? So take the new enemy density, move as quick and fast as possible. Because we need to get to... Because we need to get to our next Ascension. Good, thank you very much. Only, thank you very much for your brand new subscription. Scorpion for the 13. Howdy to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So we want now armor. Oh, hello there. We want now armor and energy shield. Okay, so put that down. We need to jump on him to break his armor. Why does jumping on him break his armor? Pounds, chat. Applies Mark of Death. And look at the bonus damage he gets when everything just hits him. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Damage-wise, I'm very happy. That's already our first level up, right? This is like the fun part about the game when you reach mapping and it just goes so quick. Slotty! Came with a 12, Slotty. I haven't seen you in a while or I missed your messages. Hope you're doing well. Very early Christmas, I guess. Right? Only, thank you for the 180 bitty titties. Jesus. Happy 4th Advent. It's actually 4th Advent, right? Time has flown by this month. I thought we would have like a chill December, but then they were like, hey, how about we're dropping Path of Exile and Diablo on the same date? How about Where Winds Meet is running on the side? How about the Druid update is just absolute fire? I mean, sorry, I know not everyone likes the Druid update, but for me personally, this hits all my bells and whistles. In the end game, I mostly ignore the temple, which is kind of sad, but hey, I got my Abyss, and I love the Abyss. I mean, chat, I can have an abyssal map thingy, and I can just make sure that every map has Abyss stuff. You know how cool that is? I can just guarantee Abyss stuff on maps. You know what level of happiness that brings me? Tier 14 skill gem, by the way. That gives us the thrashing, no, the tornado. And tornado sitting at this point is getting, if I get all my cast speed up, we're sitting at 2 attacks per second. So it's like 3,200 damage per second. And that times 2 times 3. Because we have like 2 ground surfaces that we use, right? So it's like almost at 20,000 damage at this point. Kind of nifty. If we then crit with our leave. Everything is good for you? Yes. I mean, we get our Christmas presents in order. We get some nifty stuff for the children, so that's looking very good. And the only thing we could need is like another, I don't know, 20 more days to I don't know, get the house in order. You know, the usual, trying to restore the house to a good state before the new year hits. Gonna play No Rest for the Wicked. Maybe, my friend. I know there's a new No Rest for the Wicked Insight coming that might finally give us a very cool update. I mean, the last update wasn't bad, but I'm waiting for like more massive update that makes the game feel like a brand new start. I'm also waiting for the actual release because I think the release is going to create way more hype around No Rest for the Wicked. Right now, the problem with early access games that drip feed you content is often that they get forgotten. Right? The internet has no interest in them anymore, apart from the hardcore community that enjoys those games. And that is obviously just a normal thing, right? Obviously, the people that really enjoy the game have an eye on it. But the big part of the internet has already forgotten that game actually exists, right? It's always so sad, but it's just the natural thing of how like these drip feed early access games go. And that's obviously bad for a creator, because if I'm trying to create content, but the drip feed early access game is just like no one has any view on it or is even interested in it anymore, well, how am I gonna cover it? Sorry, I've never heard about that. That's new. Okay, first map, chat. Not a single time did we get close to dying, right? Remember my bear on his first map. That was different. I wish I was kidding, but the bear on the first one was like, oh no, don't, no violence, please.
Good news for you.
It was kind of sad. Okay, chat. Let's check our Angie currency managed chop. How much did we get? Oh, it's only 5 this morning. I'll still take it. We got 100 armor mids. This is obviously more armor than what we have, but we don't need it.
Hello. This. What do you
Okay, let's get some meaningful gear.
Don't spend it all at once.
Full damage, cast speed, useless. Maximum mana, flammability, spell damage, no. Fire damage. I mean, we still need to upgrade these. Oh, I wonder. Okay, I wonder, chat. I wonder. No, let me keep that. I wonder.
I'll do what I can to
If
save for you.
the unique talisman helps for what we're doing. So there's a talisman that says Amamendric Orb, and it gives you Druid prowess for rage spend. Ah, you need to spend rage. Okay, wasn't sure about that. This is, activate a summon. Because I'm currently thinking about, I need to play a talisman anyways, right? And if I could use this in a meaningful way. How much hyenas? Activate to summon a cackle of hyenas. The cackle is treated as a single companion for effects, count, or limit companions, regardless of the number of hyenas in the cackle. Hyenas whoop and they appear. Well, you can only play the hyenas or the wolf pack, right? But that means I could get 8 hyenas with this. And I could still use pounds. But they would go away when I deactivate it. Okay, so that wouldn't work. I was just thinking if I could actually use the cackle together with like without Wolfpack, right? I mean, I'm sitting at 130 spirit currently, so we could try to activate cast on crit. Definitely a thing. Without knowing what to cast on crit yet, because that's the biggest problem, right? What am I going to cast on crit? Now, the idea was you could cast on crit the Thunderstorm, for example, or Bone Cage. So you don't actually have to do the Thunderstorm anymore handish. Let's actually try that out for a jiffy. So if I take the Thunderstorm out, put it here, put a thing on it, and then we use probably efficiency to avoid it from being too expensive. And we could still use Prison Currents for the time being. We did a tier 2 map already. We leveled up. That means we're going to do a tier 1 map, then tier 2. Okay. What we need, though, is tablets. So we need an Abyss tablet. Abyss tablets are insane. Gold Fountain map. Spawn. I'm trying to get, like, Abyss tablets that give more XP. Rare chest, rare chest. Yeah, increased XP gain on maps. That's crazy, isn't it? This is like the easiest way how to level up faster. Because every map you do is definitely going to have one slot, and I can guarantee it's an Abyss now. Ah, Slarty. I never knew that. Splash has been insane on the Wyvern, right? Corpse Explosion for map clear. We already are a main area skill, so it's not like that we need Corpse Explosion. Yeah, we put cast on critical on, but you know what I forgot completely about putting the cast on critical on? I don't have critical yet. I remember that we needed to get the Ascension. Oops. Well, we at least put it on already just to know, but we're gonna put the skill back into the fray for now. I just wanted to, like, you know, can we do it already? But right now we don't crit enough. You've seen it. So really, without the Ascension, it's not worth it. Actually, it's like without the Ascension and or without putting a significant amount of skill points on crit. But I feel like that if you switch to crit, you need to switch completely. If that makes sense. You can't just willy-nilly switch. Like, you can't be like, oh no, I'm like, this is going to be fine. I do believe, though, we should probably be able to ascend before level 70. Probably with level 65, because we do have the power to do so. I mean, if I look at what we do and how the challenges go, I don't think we'll struggle. You recommend on YouTube, and now I've followed you on Twitch. Howdy, Drew. I'm happy you found your way. Everyone, happy Sunday to you. Hope your Christmas plannings are going accordingly. If you then do celebrate. I mean, it's actually so easy to stay alive with a plant mage in comparison. Because I just don't have to walk inside enemies, and yet I still walk inside enemies, right? The contradiction, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to walk inside enemies. However, I don't know if the same happens to you when you're playing a caster. Because I'm just like, so we can stay completely away from the opponent, yeah? But instead of doing that, how about we just push into them, right? Oh, that's lightning ground now and fire ground, so the holy awesomeness. And look at the bonus damage, like when we actually put that on, how fast he partially dies. It's crazy. Oh, greater essence of mind, I need that. Essences are king, by the way, in case you didn't know this. So if you have the opportunity to do anything essence related, you should always do it. So if you can take essence stuff from your Atlas tree, that's the first points you need to invest badly. Okay, we got all the armor energy shield from here. So that's guaranteed. We get the bonus physical damage over there. We get the duration on that side. We get the duration here, and we get the armor and energy shield here. So all of this is just working. What you could do is you could do the faster start of energy shield, right? That's not a bad one, technically. We could also head over to the mage side of things, like just get ourselves more energy shield like this, right? That would be very simple to take, and it would bring us forward. I wonder if there's another keystone like somewhere in the, like if you take the ritual cadence, for example, and you could like knock out some easy peasy stuff. I mean, this is for frenzy charges. We had this for life regeneration. That one was shapeshift skills have duration, so it's useless. I'm just checking if there's anything like related to our ascension that makes things better for us, right? I mean, like the movements. Okay, you know what? We're gonna take the movement speed to just scoot and poop a bit faster. Should make sense, right? We'll see about that. Any plans for Chill Ground yet? Chill Ground would be easily achieved over a companion. However, I don't want to farm a companion like that. You know, like how long this potentially takes when you're actually trying to farm one. It can take like just forever. Okay, the standard problem with Abyss in the beginning, the enemies are tanky. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. I should probably not trigger 2 abysses at the same time. Not right now. Ah, come on now. I was safe. Go. When we're 63, we're making levels like crazy. Game is Path of Exile 2, sir. With the newest patch, The Last of the Druids, which gave us the Druid that we're playing here. He's an elemental plant storm caster with Varized animal forms. Probably one of the better classes they have made so far, my humble opinion. Oh goodness, there is too many of those laser dudes right now. Holy moly, it's gonna be a rough one to contend with these. Let me quickly get the 2 supports back for our storm as we keep the storm up. Let's see if we can get some more defense with the items we have found. So we get this is 65, this is 65, so they're both useless for what we do. Evasion rating, strength. We need not a single one of these items is needed. That's actually sad. Yeah, not a single one of you is needed in any capacity. You're all sad. Empire grips. Knockback effect is reversed. Ah, that means if I knock back people, they're being pulled in. I've heard of those Empire grips. Supports. Which one did we play? We had Cursing Currents. Cursing. We had Living Lightning. And we had Magnified 2. Okay, you get nothing to sell. This is armor and energy shield. I mean, preferable, I would now get an armor and energy shield armor because just energy shield is actually not good when we have mainly armor energy shield shenanigans. All right.
As you wish.
Getting decent armor energy shield stuff is not going to be easy at this point. Cannot replace the boots. I mean, new gloves would be something decent to have. That one is just better than what I have. Actually, it's not better than 220. Yeah, this one is lightning damage. I prefer the lightning damage.
I'll take it.
Good. Upgrade our thrashing vines. Actually put the volcano out. We check with Zolan and then we dive back in. Nothing, nothing, nothing. This is extra fire damage. Extra fire damage is actually nasty. And 38% cast speed too. But they need more damage. Get bored of this game in 1990s? Sir, this game didn't exist in the 1990s. I mean, if obviously dungeon crawlers or ARPGs are nothing for you, that might be the fact. But ignoring that, these games have evolved tremendously over the years is kind of sad. We're gonna come back to those laser ladies. First, we're gonna take out the boss. Is it worth putting quality on vines? You mean on the thrashing vines? They have more vine length, and that's honestly not worth it. The quality I've put right now on Tornado is just more time. Thunderstorm can also get more drench, which is not really good. The Entangle also has a chance to create an additional fissure. That is decent because you just get more fissures out quicker. So the problem with Entangle is that you get a like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, right? And like in order to get more fissures and more fissures and more fissures. Whereas obviously with the chance to create additional fissures, you're kind of like shortcutting that a little bit. Just making it faster. So that's a nifty thing. Okay, we can destroy the boss, but those abyssal ladies, they're hitting Chad. Get them. Where do you find your first level 9 uncut spirit gem? You get one from the Azek Bach Witch, if I'm not mistaken. If that was a level 9. I never remember. Oh, she has regenerate life. And I'm wondering why you won't die. And one of them has corpse explosion as well. Okay, one has bonus energy shield. One has regenerate life. And one has no more than 50% restoration above. Oh no. I'm gonna destroy the one in the middle first. I mean, luckily all my attacks are area damage attacks, right? Every single one of them. Oh, she got reborn? Does she have Kugel's Grasp? Oh no. I mean, 3 of those at the same time is crazy. You got it? She has Shroud Walker. I wish I could get closer to this to like put that on, but I'm so scared of getting closer right now because I don't want to die to their shit. Leap in. Now she's gonna get her armor broken. Finally. Holy moly. Holy moly. What a annoying battle early on. Damn, son. Okay. That was something. I love Abyss. They're just like the real challenge. Ooh, a breach, you say? Before we take that breach, let's take the shrine, because the shrine could be something really useful for the breach. It might just be a tempo shrine, right? Okay, let's put on the thrashing vines. Tornado. And this is where the bonus vine length, by the way, could help. I'll admit it. So if you put down your spot of thrashing vines and then you just get a little bit more range, it could help. And it's definitely not a complete downside to say like, oh yeah, I mean, why not? And why would you say no to free area of effect? I need some mana on kill to take care of my mana demand, because it's been rising as of late. That was the easiest breach ever. My bear would have died 20 times over. And I'm not even kidding. That's the problem. I wish I was like, ha ha ha, human form so much better than bear would have died 20 times over. And that's a fact and a half. Oh, there's no more here. We cleared it. Chad. Pretty much get like every single opponent. Damn. Sansai, thank you for the Prime subscription. Let's go. Okay, that was a fantastic map. Honestly, we can now go for tier 3 already. Which stats on the Wyvern? Maximum physical. Because physical, like if you have maximum physical, you get the most out of your iron runes. However, if you have some elemental, that doesn't hurt, but you technically want the maximum physical. Okay.
Can I help?
Evasion rating. We're going to take this helmet and we're just going to alchemy orbit. That turned out so sad. I want to cry.
Seen more. This is what
I was like, oh yeah, let's do that. Oh man, it's so sad. We have armor. Wait a second. You just have nothing, right? You just have cold and lightning resistance. This at least has strength, mana, armor, everything. But the cold and lightning resistance actually goes hard. So I'm going to have to keep this probably because this is finally resistance for me. Let's do keep the belt though for harder times. The focus is fire and chaos resistance and 31 to maximum energy shield, which is not horrible. The problem is it would need to get 2 damage multipliers and it would need to get another suffix, and I can't really work with that.
beware those altars.
Okay, tier 2 maps away, ladies and gentlemen. Off to tier 3 maps. We're going through. Actually, we could probably jump to tier 4 right away. Let's see what happens. Probably we're going to hit a wall right away. DK. That is the first citadel. Hey, yum. I have not found a citadel so far. Cool. Hendrik, thank you for the Prime subscription. Thank you for the 4 months of support. Sansai with 31 as well. I'm new to this Path of Exile 2. Then you're up for a very good time, my friend. The Path of Exile 2 has a lot of fun to offer, but a lot to learn as well. As a new player, you're going to be having quite the learning journey ahead of you. It's a beautiful journey, though, I'd say. I mean, if I could reset my brain, if I could reset everyone's brain, and we could start again with Path of Exile 2, that would be great. And if the Path of Exile 1 players could stuff their elitism in their butthole, that would also be great. Shout out to all Path of Exile 1 players that are not gatekeeping. We appreciate you. Mr. Wyvern. Wyvern is obviously more flashy at some point because you have the Herald of Thunder, you have your lightning damage, you go in, one hit, bam, full screen dies. Then you get your oil breath and you can delete a whole abyss with that. I mean, at this point, for example, if an abyss came like there with these dudes, I would just pack out my oil breath and they would all die. So the Wyvern was more squishy, but it did clear for, like, the abysses and bosses faster, right? Mainly because the oil breath is just absolutely crazy in what it does, if we're honest with each other. So that's that. Make it of that what you want. Each one has like their advantages, disadvantages. I mean, for example, like going against these guys can be rough for the Wyvern too. Because I was like trying to breath attack them and they were pretty much like fighting back. In the moment where I was like trying to breath attack, they were shooting at me as well. So you had like a hard time like dealing with those. Especially depending on like which kind of multipliers they have. They have some really nasty ones that are unearthly. And when we kill them now, a bit of patience. Another one of those. Is Shroudwalker. As long as he doesn't have like... Oh, I have no more mana. That's great. I mean, no more health potion, I mean. Disengage for a second to fill up my health potion again. Oh no, he does not want to disengage. Yeah, Mom! Oh, I miss he ignited me. And ignite kills, right? Okay, we're good. We're good. We're back. Chat. We're gonna return in a jiff. Don't worry. We haven't given up on him. Okay, we got a lot of elites on this map. That's for sure. On the Wyvern though, Wyvern is brilliant. Human Mage has the advantage of being like distant, and you can recharge your energy shield. Because how are you going to recharge your energy shield as the Wyvern, right? You have to devour, you have to like eat corpses, you have to do that gameplay loop to really mid-combat recharge that. Once you get used to it though, it's really cool. But yeah, you gotta play around with these power charges. Obviously with this playstyle here, I have no need for power charges The only thing I pretty much need to look for, need quotation mark, is that I get my burning ground, because my burning ground would give me the fire tornado, and a burning ground fire tornado just does twice the damage as a non-burning ground fire tornado. It's showing me more stuff than it should. I need to adjust my loot filter. Quickly adjust the loot filter for the end game. I can show you. Teleport out. So loot filter for end game adjustment is going to be strict, auto adjust, end game, druid. I want talismans, wands, staves, foci, armor, ES, energy shield gear. Apply. Export, plant end, save and sync. Done. Go into options, game, plant man, and end. That's it. That's how you make a filter. Increase spell damage, huh? Not bad. Increase energy shield recharge rate.
Beware, this is what we have available.
The suffix, so like not bad. This has 52 max life, but we have 26. That's just like a normal. Comes out of this armor, fatness, as accurating, 3 to all attributes. 3 to all attributes. Might as well just actually sell you 2. I was thinking about keeping them, but you know what? Just sell them. They're useless. Can tornadoes proc multiple types of ground at the same time? Yes. And the more, and for each type of ground, they do their damage. So the tornado does currently 1,700 base. And then if it takes the fire ground, it does 2,000 more. And if it grabs the lightning base, it does another 2,000 more. That 2,000 is per second. However, if your tornado gets enough attack speed, it can do 2 ticks per second. So now instead of having that per second, it's like 2 ticks per second. So suddenly the damage actually looks pretty good. That's why attack speed is kind of like king with this, right? Let's pounce on him to break his armor. And you can see how the tornado helps with the damage significantly. I mean, most damage is still from your vines and your entangle, but the other stuff is all just adding nice damage on top. That's another level up, and we get another level up coming. We're aiming for the movement speed so I can zoom faster over the map. Which is actually pretty greedy if you think about it. I should not go for movement speed at this time. Should rather go for defense. But I just like the movement speed. What can I say? The real change in the passive tree is going to come with level... with the 4th Ascension, because then I can use the keystone trick. And the keystone trick is going to be big. Oh, almost died there. Jesus. All that poison and whatever damage that just added on top. That was nasty. This is what you wanted for Druid from Diablo 4. Me too, sir. I mean, what I miss Druid at Diablo 4 is that it's like just cookie cutter creation, right? We just got 2 animal forms and a human form. It's like played safe, you know what I mean? When you notice a developer played it safe and just create something that's literally just save, and you're sitting there and you were hoping for something special. That's why I like the bonus animal forms we've gotten, right? It's just nice to see that it's not just the standard animal forms you already know, you've played a billion times. Oh, we're gonna so die in the abyssal depths. Let's try. Is the tornado blocking your visual a bit? Since I put the tornado where I wanted, it's not blocking my visual. So, like, the problem with these visual effects, or the bear, for example, is that you usually put them all over the screen, right? But I put my tornado where it's supposed to be. So, like, the tornado is never on me. So I'm not blocking any ground effects from being seen, right? If I play my bear, for example, I block ignited ground. I don't know if there's ignited ground below me because my bear blocked that away with his abilities. Okay, he has Shroud Walker, Plans, Soul Eater. I don't actually know what half of his things do. So we'll just have to play it by ear here. I think Soul Eater eats like... Wow. That was the periodic Unleashed Lightning hit. Jeez. The Tornado Amazon is a complete different thingy. Amazon is using her own skill that creates tornadoes, and you pretty much make like these, like you empower them and then throw them over the screen. So I think it's not even called tornado. Wasn't her like whirlwind? Weren't like hers were whirlwinds, if I'm not mistaken, right? So yeah, the Amazon is cool. It works really nice, but it's like pretty much an old build, right? It has a build that has always existed already. It's been a staple good thing. It can be a bit of a bummer to play because you need to create these tornadoes, and then you need to shoot the tornadoes out, and then you need to make the tornadoes and shoot the tornadoes out, and then like it's kind of like the actual gameplay loop of that one is not to my liking personally, but it's a very efficient build, and it has only gotten stronger, which is also very good when these builds like get more powerful. Okay, we're 65 chat. We can now pick up new gear. On 65 though, what we need to do is we need to do the 65 snapshot. So 65 snapshot is going to be edit, import, high water plants, and that is level 65 start of mapping. Okay.
Beware. What do you think? Welcome.
Now let's see what we got. Finally, some new items, chat. Finally, something that can give us at least... Oh, that has more energy shield than what I currently have, right? But I want an energy shield armored chest piece preferable.
The nameless creepy.
Right, that we don't have a single energy shield armored chest piece is quite sad. Here, that's armor energy shield. Let's take that one.
Seeing more of those. Don't spend.
That puts you now on a more reasonable defensive line. Let's go for the Hugoza, because I literally don't know what that map does. We'll do a few more maps to get the level up. That was a tier 4, right? We're going to do a tier 6 now. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong, chat, right? Right? You check the vendor in Interlude, the one on 3 that sells only rare items. Yep. I know what you mean. I mean the guy in the Interlude Act 2 that sells magic items, right? Umbra, thank you for the Prime subscription. Umbra, good to see you there. Hendrik, also, thank you for the 4 months. Ooh, that's Essence of Mind, Essence of the Abyss. Cool. Be fine. Look out that we don't die to these fire damages. Essence of the Abyss is a dangerous one. Oh yeah, I knew that gonna happen. Essence of the Abyss is a dangerous one because it like smooths out everything. Okay, that was that map. Let's do another... We don't have tier 7s. We need to do tier 5 then. Mr. Gritloch. Good to see you there, Gritloch. Pleasure. Ragosa deserted. If it has no, we still need to do Ragosa. The desert guy can sell good shit. Yeah, but we don't need anything right now. Like our weapon is top tier. Why can I see the boss already on map entering? I mean, not that I'm complaining. So I don't need like a new wand or anything. It'd be like my staff is quite good. I hit a very lucky break. And I used some... Like I used a... What was it called again? I found a good magic staff. And then I went to the currency exchange to get myself an essence of sorcery. And to the physical damage, I added a lot of magical damage. And suddenly we're cooking. That was cool. Is it the shoreline hideout you're using? Yes, it's a pimped shoreline hideout. I don't know what I died to. I literally don't know what I died to. Probably no actually no resistances couldn't happen because I got lightning. How do I have 67 lightning resistance? Like seriously, this character just entered endgame and has almost maxed resis on everything. That never happens. And there was this dude that did lightning storm, right? Still don't see what hit me there. Maybe him on distance? Maybe him on distance. Finish this one quickly. There's like the sad part about magic is that there's no reason to quality up your wand unless you're using the skill of the wand, right? But it's like a whole set of things that actually gets lost to you, right? When you play weapons, you're just like 20% quality more damage. Yeah, so cool. But when you play wands, it's like, so 20% more quality, huh? Whatever, I guess. Visitor crown. I want to slap an orb of alchemy on it and see what happens. Boss, Anouk. Greetings to Düsseldorf. Good to see their partner.
To join my beloved.
Hello. It is I, Mr. Ponyhoff. Oh, come on, you just ran away way too fast. We're not happy with that, Chad. Right? Oh, you know why we're not critting? I kind of noticed something, Chad. We can't actually crit because we're still playing the we cannot crit nodes. Oops. I kind of forget that. Oh, we almost had her stunned. Well, I think it's about time that we change that out. So what we're playing is this here, Controlled Destruction, which says we cannot crit. And obviously that's a bit useless when we were whipping out the cast on critical. You know? So that at least explains my weirdness about not critting at all. Well, that's... I mean, she just froze me in like right at the moment where I would have taken damage, so I guess yay. That one should have not hit me, and I'm not happy about that. However, loot is loot. Okay, we are ready for the next map. Oh, let's kill her. Like, do we need to kill her? Might as well. Druid guide is awesome. Appreciate it, Hanso. Okay, we don't need that one. Don't need that one. We get armored energy shield for level 70. Quite a significant amount, so that's nice. We're going to alchemy orb up this bad boy here to fix this to get more life. So I like that too. And we can sell the baddies. We have spell damage, which is shit. The orb of chance can go away. Tier 5 map, sure, why not? We can do that in a jiff. Tokens goes here. That token gets kept, chat. It's our super secret Jin Berea.
What do you need?
You just still keep checking. Oh, this is the damage is extra lightning damage. However, the damage is extra lightning damage would only work if it actually gets a lot of spell physical and other shenanigans, right? Especially you would like to have crit chance for spells too, right? Because crit chance for spells would be such a big one. We get like this one here that says 78 critical hit chance for spells, which is insane if you think about it. What it could actually do. Oh, that's level 70. We're not even remotely level 70. So I'm gonna go into the box of riches. Okay, we had fire resistance and some cold resistance. So we have fire, all. Like 0 cold. What do we get? Like, problem is I mostly keep like these cold rings that have like all damage on it. So not even rings I pretty much need for what we're doing, right? Bunch of weirdos. And this one we have kept only for 114 max life. The amulet we only kept because it has spirit. Well, that's at least a good middle line. Dawkins, that gamer who hasn't time to figure shit out. Sir, that's what my content is there for. To help the dad gamers that don't have time or don't want to figure shit out. Because there's like the not having time part, right? Where you don't simply have time to figure things out. And there's also the part where you just don't want to figure things out because you just want to play. Like, I personally love figuring things out, right? But I can't expect everyone else to also love doing that. One thing we wanted to test now, chat. Let's go back. So the basic idea is that we're going to remove the controlled destruction on our entangle. So let's move everything a bit up that we can talk about this proper. Okay. So what we did do is we played so far on this controlled destruction, which makes it cannot crit, right? It's kind of bad. We get concentrated area with accelerated growth and branching fissure here. We could technically put this off, but I wouldn't recommend it. We want on the thrashing vines. We could put a heft on. Probably. My tier 5 support. Heft. We don't have to make it. I want to put heft on. And we wanted to do branching fissure 2, accelerated growth, concentrated area. Yeah. Let's just put this back in. The wolfie's off for a second. Just see how much progress this makes. I mean, it's only 10% crit chance, right? How much progress can you really make with 10% crit chance? Not enough. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. You click on it. I mean, it would definitely help from a gameplay perspective if I could avoid casting the storm myself. It'd definitely help. Maybe we should put a lower level storm on this. Right? Because the energy cost is determined by casting critical on what? Base cast time of socketed spells. So if I make the spell cast faster, we're good. Base cast time is base cast time, right? But this like takes too long without having the... Without having more crit points. Living lightning. What area? Can still turn that wolf pack back on. Monsters are immune to lightning damage. No. Let's not do that. Let's anyways just ignore the existence of the expedition. I'm a silent expedition hater. I know expedition is actually useful, so don't listen to me, chat. If you like expedition, you should definitely go for it. I'm just a hater. No expedition por favor for me. See, that's like a lightning fire tornado now. It had everything going on. Oh wow, he just stabbed the ground and hit me. Ouch. There's a lightning fire tornado that happens when we pounce in and we create shock ground. Pretty much the super pinnacle of our damage for the tornado. So preferable, you want that shock ground. You also want to have frozen ground because it would add just so much to it, but we're not there. You could use the cast on crit though to create frozen ground potentially. I mean, if we throw with cast on crit out a spell that does create frozen ground, right? Let's say you would shoot frost bolts and they create like chilled ground behind them. And we could probably pick it up. Wonder if this is an angle we can pursue. What's Frostbolt doing? Didn't Frostbolt leave like shot fire that is effect chilling enemies and exploding colliding? It doesn't do like the super. Can Frost Bomb be casted by this? That'd be funny. I mean, I just simply need something that freezes really quick, but actually not freezes really quick. Does a frozen? I need a support. What do we have? We need chilled. What we have? We get creeping chill. Was it consume power charge? Support a skill creates for seconds when they freeze an enemy. It needs to freeze, right? Yeah, that wouldn't work. We tried heft support, and we have heft on. Sir, heft. And Entangle obviously needs heft as well, but Entangle is going to get heft on the 4th support gem. I mean, obviously at this point, 4th support gems are not expensive, so you could assume that, hey, Pony, why don't we just put 4th supports on the Entangle at least and the Thrashing Vines, your 2 main skills. So yes, all consideration, like at this stage of the game, you should do that. And right now in the currency exchange, these thingies cost you, what is it? Greater Jeweler Orbs are, yeah. I mean, they're being thrown at you. Right? So you have no reason to actually not have them unless you're playing Soul Self-Found. We got Consider Casting. We got Heft, Accelerated Growth. We could go for Concentrated Area as well on this one. If we just cast it somewhere. You found an item with 2 blue modifiers. You hold Alt over it. And it's not 2, it's a double modifier. You probably got one that gives you accuracy and physical damage, for example. So these are the double stat modifiers. There's also light radius and accuracy. So it is not 2 modifiers, it's just kind of double modifier thing, you know? I hate these. They're just extra chaos damage and everything right now. God damn it. I've seen the build since last stream. We haven't really changed much from the overall casting, so you're still using the Vines with the Storm with everything. The only thing we have now is a bit more defense, so we went into the board and picked ourselves up some defense, that we have some armor and some more energy shield, but not a lot. So this is like just minimal, making sure that we have something, right? That we're not made out of paper completely. But definitely not defense at levels we could have here. I mean, also our resistances are okay, but also not crazy. What we now need is most likely the Ascension. And so this is the phase of the game I was talking about where you die a bit until you get good equipment, right? But also until we have the third Ascension, because that's going to make us immune to crits more or less. It's gonna be nifty. Let's clear the boss out first. Is it Draven? It's Draven, right? Oh, it's Draven. Is accuracy good in this patch for any build? You could still play the Huntress. Huntress always profits from accuracy. Honestly, I did not expect that one hit to hit me, so I should have probably not pounced into him, but I also did not expect that to hit me and kill me. 75, 25. And we'll probably get good gloves down the line. Mana regen, no. A lot of armor, but I'm looking for gloves that are more useful than what I have.
If you must.
Still want to buy this one. Cast speed is so low. Spell damage, critical strike damage bonus. The maximum mana is useless. It's like one stat for nothing. 60. I get this one. Pounce into him. I had to pounce into him. Come on, we couldn't resist. Let's do the Necropolis. You need another slot on your belt. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to get another slot on my belt. What I need is a belt with a lot of life, but this belt also provides us with resistances, sir. So sure, would another charm be good? Yes, but another charm is not the reason, oops, why we're dying here. I don't actually know what killed me, but something. Oh, I died to the shrine. In retrospect, we died to the shrine, chat. You know, that bonus damage, by the way, from the half is going quite nifty. Oh, chilled ground, chat. Chilled ground. You see it? This is chilled and fire ground. Woo! Elwyn, please don't make me follow your stupid wisp. I don't want to follow your stupid wisp, Elwyn. I don't want to. Okay, we found the boss already. Oh, that was quick. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna pounce into him again, right, chat? Aha! I waited. I learned my lesson. Okay. Good. That was decent XP. More movement speed. I mean, wonders, like, since I'm investing here in movement speed, if we should have just gone over here to invest it in that movement speed, right? Most likely better to make sure that we get different. I just noticed my Herald of Ash is not activating when I'm using my Talisman. You're gonna go here and you're gonna make sure that both weapon sets are set for your Herald of Ash. Sometimes for some weird reason, it just resets that. You're literally, you didn't do anything, okay? You just exist. It's like Windows changing your IP. I know that's maybe something that people don't understand, but back in our LAN days, when you were using a router to connect people, or actually a switch, not even a router, to connect people together, Sometimes, just randomly, Windows decided to reset your IP, change from automatic IP to not automatic IP, and other shenanigans. It was always great when you couldn't find someone in the wireless LAN, sorry, not the wireless one. So yeah, that's the magical trick of it just resetting random things, and you getting screwed over because of it. Rock Raiders, bro. Sir, how could you say something so atrociously wrong when there's something amazing like Path of Exile 2 just waiting for you with the Druid to be played? Also, isn't the Arc Raiders craze already over? Let's be honest. Because my timeline is full of people whining they actually get killed in a PvP game. You know? So this is my timeline. Like, oh no, I get killed in Arc Raiders. Yeah, you know, they weren't abiding to my self-made up rules that I have seen on Reddit. And everyone sticks to no aggression pacts. PvP in my PvP game. No, I don't want it. Right? Okay, that thing's gonna die. I win. You suck. Oh god, he exploded in me. So yeah, that's what happens when it like turns red like that. I'm not sure why anyone would still suggest Arc Raiders at this point. I don't think that Arc Raiders has died off now, Resilient, but Arc Raiders is facing like the standard problem. Like, you know, everyone was excited because people were playing together and it was like cool and we're having fun. And now you're at the point where it's like, oh man, people actually PvP now because they got nothing better to do. I mean, it's a bit the same with ARPGs, right? The start of the season is always exciting. And then when people reach the end game and they notice, man, there's actually not that much to do in the end game, they start getting frustrated because they're like, I like this game, but I have nothing to do in the end game. I also hate the campaign, so now I hate the season. Right? When the initial excitement turns to, man, this actually like sucks every single time. Okay, this dude has bonus energy shield. Predator's mark on him. Oh yeah, he got the shock round, Chad. He got the shock round. Burn him, tornado. Come on, do. Woo! But obviously, if you like the campaign like me, this problem doesn't exist because you just keep playing the game because the campaign is fire. There are a lot who disagree and don't enjoy the campaign. Could weasel out another level on this map, I feel. I mean, usually I just leave maps ASAP because I'm just trying to get through the maps faster, that we essentially get more progress because I'm still looking for the corruption. Haven't found enough corruption yet for enough points. POE campaign is the most fun. I fully agree. I mean, I personally, I enjoy like playing the end game here right now. Oh wow, that's a lot of energy shield for my helmet. At that level, especially. Oh. Take what I take. But I'm already looking forward to making my next character. But I'm also weird, so don't take me as an example, right? I am also weird. But it's the good kind of weird, Chad. Physical damage leached as life. It's attack damage, sadly, always. Okay, that's lightning resistance gone. We get more energy shield, though.
For now, we part.
Wow, that's cold and physical and everything. It's so sad because we're not looking for that. Our lightning resistance just went away. Sadness. Okay, what do we wanted to do? We got this there, then die. Up the potion. At my well. We got the helmet. Helmet's actually pretty nifty. I like that. We're gonna put a lightning socket in. Let's fix our resistance just like that a little bit at least, right? Currency.
You did well.
So, look at me, Chan. Almost fully resistance down. The Soul Self-Found, we play Soul Self-Found the whole campaign. And then we use the stuff that we find in the end game. Plus some of our resources.
Feel right at
The
home.
whole 1 to 65 is always to play Soul Self-Found, otherwise it would be boring. Why even make a new build, right? Those are just self-imposed limitations that I do to myself to increase my gaming fun. I mean, who doesn't do weird things, right? Play Elden Ring blind, naked. The usual. Chaos damage on the ground. We hate it. Oh, I really don't know how you kill me there, sir. Wants to steal extra fire damage. Yeah, but that makes sense. We have player resistance. Nah. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I finally understand why Abyss is so hard again. So there's an Abyssal modifier that says Abyssal monsters have increased difficulty and reward with each closed pit. Now you'd say, Pony, that's not a problem. But it actually is. Because this bonus closing for bonus damage creates like some absolutely impossible to kill Abyssal dudes. Now I at least have my answer why the Abyss has felt so weird again. At least the final Abyss guy that survives, right? Because the first Abyss guy usually dies really quick, and then the consecutive Abyss guys are always like a raid boss. I have to admit, though, that I completely ignored this because my tablet is giving me bonus XP. So, yeah, sure, it's annoying that the Abyss does the Abyss things, but I get bonus XP. That was our first tier 16 skill gem, guys. Instant damage increase by tons. Do you think we could ascend already? And we're sitting like at 2,000 HP. That would be 2,000 honor. It should work. It's like this is one closed pit now, haha. So the next closed pit gives me more boom, but also the enemy is vastly stronger. Oh no, not this guy with not this guy with what's it called again? With the mana thingy. Because he's gonna like push you and he's gonna burn your mana, and I don't want that. It's not endgame, sir. The endgame starts officially as soon as you hit mapping, no matter what rules you make up in your own head. So yes, level 65 is the start of the endgame. Start of the mapping phase. I know some people consider the start of endgame at level 90 when you start clearing tier 3 pinnacle bosses. You know what the problem with that is? That most people stop way before that. So you kind of reach the endgame, but you don't actually play it. So, sir, please be reasonable and not a weirdo. Kind of funny though, like I watched a guide for Path of Exile 1, and they were like, they had 3 stages of endgame. So there was the early endgame, the mid endgame, and then the late endgame, which all pretty much does the same content. Like you're actually doing the same content in all 3 endgames. However, you're having different qualities of equipment obviously going on. $85 recreate a character. 85 is usually the level where I do the 4th Ascension. And after I'm done with the 4th Ascension, it's just like kill 1-2 pinnacle bosses. Maybe get down the Arbiter if you found already some citadels. But honestly, I haven't found a single citadel yet, right? My first one popped up today. So yeah, that's usually the process for me personally. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We gotta head from here over to this side to get that, probably. I just really hate the points, how they're put. But yeah, I personally stopped too, as soon as we have the 4th Ascension done. Because that's like, 4th Ascension boss is harder than Pinnacle 1 bosses. The Pinnacle 1 bosses are on the level of the 4th Ascension boss. It means if you get that one down, you're good to go. Chiming Staff. Chiming Staff gives you Sigil of Power. Sigil of Power is nifty because it gives more spell damage per stage. If you put the Sigil of Power down and then you start casting, that just gives you more oomph. Okay, please, sir. No, you're hunted. No, 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 no. I can't fight this. Ah. He siphons mana, and he's sprited. Having fun on Caster Druid, yes. Caster Druid is brilliant. There are some things that will kill you compared to... Oh, that's nice. There's some things that will kill you compared to what...
Don't spend it all at once.
your physical class would survive, right? Okay, so usually I would magic this up with an essence of spell damage, but the essence of spell damage doesn't work on this one because we already have spell damage on it, right? So you can't like rare it up with this. And, like here's like, oh no, already has it. We could do cast speed though, if I wanted to, but I feel like I don't want to. There's critical hit chance for spells. That's so interesting. When if it didn't have the critical hit chance, but the other stuff, we could make it like more powerful. I was not aware that that works. That's so cool. Today I learned. Level 2 all lightning spells, and it's a dud.
Just what you need, indeed.
And it's a dud. Okay, let's me refund the movement speed we took here. It was fun to mess around with that, but let's do the defense here first to just get a whiffy bit more defensive. We get that tier 6 map out of it.
Oh, it's you.
Gem Cutter Prism gives me the maximum tornadoes. And on we go. So we get the Iron Citadel, but we don't want to do that. That's a second Citadel too. How cool, chat. I finally found 2 Citadels. If one is there, the other one is there. We're going to make our way to the right side. And I need to put that Abyssal map away. I like that tablet, but the actual increase of the difficulty of the Abyssal mods per closed thingy is a problem. So we're going to do Abyss, and I'm going to take the... I think it was additional Abyss, right? Abyss... Rare chests? No. This was maps, strongboxes? No. Twice as active rewards. Yes. Let's do that for the next 3 at least. Are you going for wand and shield later or stay with the 2-handed staff? I mean, I have a wand and a focus in between. The thing is, it's easier to get a good staff than a good wand and a good focus. So ultimately, I would probably go for a good reaping staff. However, I do have an extremely good one crafted for me. Okay. I have a killer one just waiting to be used. Make of that what you want. Want? Make of that what you want. Woo! Like, seriously? Oh, isn't the... Wait, it's Yota the Loathsome. I thought it's the fat mommy that's here, the boss, right? Madam Mommy? The lady with the big booty and the big belly. You know, that one? Oh, come on, that should kill me. Servers get really bad. Generally speaking, when the servers get bad, you should swap one, because it can simply be that the current server you're on has the maximum amount of instances reached, as weird as it sounds. And you should then also create a new instance. Like when you control click on a waypoint, right? You can control click on a waypoint and it loads you, like, instead of like to your standard Milan or Frankfurt or whatever you're on, right, into a new instance on the new server. That can often be the simple fix to things. However, sometimes it's also just fucked. But let's be real. Sometimes it's also just fucked. And it won't get better no matter what you do. It's a bit of a problem with grinding gear games and their server structure, the way how they're handling things. The problem existed in Path of Exile 1. The problem exists in Path of Exile 2. And, I mean, most likely in Path of Exile 3. It's just a way how, like, they're handling their server structure that seems to be at a miss there. But hey, I'm not a server structure engineer. I have no fucking clue. I can just say what I noticed when I play the game, right? That random lightning storm you just cast almost tore me into pieces. Ow. We have a guide for this. We have the 1 to 65 guide that's already out. It was a really easy leveling. The biggest trick you have with the build is using a Rattling Scepter in the beginning and then using Pounds. Why Rattling Scepter and Pounds? Because it just gives you 40% multiplicative more damage as you're doing the campaign. Now, I did have someone in the YouTube comments tell me that this is too many buttons to press. So, chat, spamming Entangle, using your Lightning Storm, and every now and then pouncing is too many buttons to press. That's why my build is shit. And, like, it's stupid, by the way, too. Like, shit and stupid. And I was like, okay, sir, but maybe you're the problem? If one bonus button every, like, 8 seconds is too much for you to press, but I'm sorry. I guess. Isn't Storm with Overabundance a better damage for bosses? Counter question, sir. Thunderstorm has a duration of 6.6 seconds. With Overabundance, the duration goes down to 3.3 seconds. So if you now want to then use your your storms, you would have to every 3.3 seconds do 2 storms, right? And that leaves you barely time to use your other skills. So do you still think it would be better to use the Overabundance? I mean, now you could obviously use prolonged duration, right? So that's not, like, I'm not saying no, right? I'm just asking questions, right? But since you want to, like, use more than one skill, right? Especially because that skill, the range is just crazy. Especially because that one skill is not your main damage skill, right? So the Overabundance is like the Storm, just something you use. But your real damage is all your other stuff. This won't not open until we've beaten the lady. Because she's now officially an Abyss monster. The tornado, same problem with the storm, duration-wise. We're at 5.5 seconds, so if I now put on the overabundance, we're down to 2.x seconds, and I'm, like, again, stuck spamming the tornado. Now, you could say, hey, what about cast on critical, right? Because cast on critical makes sense. If we're now doing cast on critical for the tornado, then we would really be at the point where you're like, yeah. Well, what if the tornado just gets cast like that and we don't have to care about it? Then I would put overabundance on. Like, if we have enough critical to just make sure that it just keeps triggering, right? Because that's the thing. But then I'll do 2 tornadoes easily. I mean, you can see the tornado is doing massive damage. So yes, if I had a second one, that would be cool. But it needs to be cast on crit. Because then I would go around and be like, bam, bam, entangle, vines, lightning storm, bam, bam, entangle, vines, lightning storm, right? I do that. I use all my abilities and it would work. And then it's like, two, and then tornado. You cool bear wins meat? No, I just locked in this morning, Jadwin, and farmed all my jade fishies. I'm waiting for the next breakthrough. Okay, let's...
Greetings, aquatic treasures.
These boots are all so nifty, and I kind of want all these boots. I want to get rid of my ignite boots, but I have no other way to create ignited grounds, and I love the way how I create the ignited grounds, so I struggle to just say goodbye to them. I guess at this point, the easiest thing I could get is just a belt. More max life. In case it does have any kind of resistances. This one did not get a single resistance. I hate this belt. How can a belt be so atrociously stupid and not get a single point of resistance, huh? Chan? Explain. We get a thawing charm. We get a... I don't even know what other charms I want. Another thawing charm. And a... Here, we probably want to have like a chaos damage charm. I don't have a chaos damage charm right now. I mean, I have this one for poisoned. The alchemy orb on this. Physical damage for attacks. I don't even want you. You get 3 spell damage. Damage taken recouped as mana. And accurating. Just a waste. You know what I want? I want a jewel with energy shield. Energy shield. We get what? Increased energy shield recharge rate, maximum energy shield, mana regeneration, presence of area. We got energy shield. Skill effect duration is actually nifty. Here, maximum mana on kill. That's good. That's good, right? Yeah, maximum mana on kill sounds good. Increased cast speed. Yeah, look at that! Look at that! I can use this here. Okay, our biggest problem, as you can see, is that we in between tend to die right now. So we gotta fix our defenses because our damage is there and more damage will just be simply over a new weapon, right? So if we now get a new weapon, that's fire. We're gonna go into a tier 8 map, which might be a little bit early, but I don't actually care. So we're gonna do the Seepage tier 8, and the basic idea is that this map has shocked ground. Why is that so cool? Well, because shock ground can be taken into my tornado. So, oh no, shock ground? How terrible! Would be a shame if I would have like a skill that profits from this, right? If you have 50% block and damage is unlucky, that should make you very tanky, yes. Oh no, there's frozen ground too, Chad. How bad? Well, that actually creates a really amazing storm. guess the only problem if we would use cast on crit tornadoes would be, so the tornadoes use up the elemental ground, right? And right now we're creating shock ground over shocking leap. Okay, so we need to leap, and we need to crit, and then create that shock ground. But if a tornado instantly uses up the shock ground, right? And then we would cast on crit, and we would crit more, and then during the duration of the tornado, we would already make another tornado. Could that not like accidentally use up all the ground at every given time and not really leave us the time to create new grounds, lowering our damage and not increasing it? Because if like still there's duration left that it could go for. Just spitballing here. Another level up, so that would give us even more defense. Thank you very much. I saw that there's a bag for socketables for guilds, but couldn't find one in the shop that can be used without a guild. There is a socketable tab. It definitely exists. I have it. I have the socketable tab. So maybe you just did. Maybe you just oversaw it. Just asking. Kratos, good to see there, partner. How you doing? Thank you for the 59 months, and Phil, thank you for the 99 months. Mitch, also thank you for the sub and the 2 gifted. Dawkins, Jesus Christ, I missed so many. Oh, I missed so many. Well, I was busy. Okay, Chad, is my excuse that I didn't want to die a good one? Okay, what are we thinking so far of the Druid here in the endgame, chat? Of the plant Druid. I mean, we still, like, despite our occasional deathies due to not having max resistances, we still have died vastly less than our Druids, our animal form Druids. Okay, still, despite dying here. Uh-oh, I think I might have just ticked the monsters are immune to physical damage. Oops. That's bad. Like, so the reason that's bad is because we only do physical damage. Like, yeah. Okay, let's ignore that, because we might have fat-fingered something unlucky there. We do also non-physical damage with the Lightning Storm, but that's so non-existent that we don't even have to talk about it, right? Yeah, sure, whatever killed me there. A focus to block using the amulet. I mean, you can use a focus. But I don't think you need any block. You just need a certain amount of energy shield. The question is if you would just ignore completely the armor. So right now I do armor energy shield because it's so convenient as the Druid. However, there is something you have to consider. I mean, first and foremost, you... let me show you. So, we are so close to the witch side, and if you actually enter energy shield, right? I gotta make it to this point here. So this would be like already max energy shield bonus, right? Then we got like energy shield faster up here. We get energy shield and desperate. I could literally take elemental equilibrium, okay? And then I could choose this and this for free without having to take anything else. I could take like these 3 nodes, easy peasy. I could take Death Node too, which has an energy shield from focus increased. So just from taking the elemental equilibrium, right? Which is crazy. I could also increase physical damage up here by 30%, just like this. Also nifty, right? Again. Then you just make yourself like, right? You have like those energy shield nodes close by as well. The question is rather, is it even worth it to go for the armor energy shield mix, or would it be better to just like full send it energy shield wise? Because you got it like so close by without having to worry much. That's something to consider. Is there a reason to play Shaman with Plant Caster Druid? As a Shaman, you would be able to get yourself Apocalypse. And Apocalypse triggers when you hit enemies with elemental hits. And since Shaman adds to all your damage 10% elemental damage, every single hit you do is always elemental hit damage. which means you could easily get the Apocalypse as a glory bonus damage skill. And then you could also get tons more spirit from the not using charms. Plus, you could use the Bond of the Magi to get yourself better effects from your socketables. It is definitely not uncool to take the Shaman. However, the Oracle, I think, just has a few more interesting things going on. Personally. We gotta look out not triggering the boss too early, Chad. I don't like fighting like an abyssal rift opening in case there comes like some weird ass mommy out, right? Together then with a boss. It often leads to very much sadness. Ja, bitte, Schatz? Nee, habe ich noch nicht. Warum hat Mama gefragt? Nee, habe ich nicht. Warum hast du deinen Zahn rausgewackelt? Ich dachte, Mama bestellt eine, weil sie hat auch die erste bestellt. Ich weiß nicht, wo deine her ist. Okay. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wo die her ist. Mhm. Viel Spaß. Lasst euch nicht klauen. Okay, sorry. I'm back, chat. Back. My 7-year-old, she lost her first... my 6-year-old, sorry, not 7-year-old. She lost her first tooth yesterday after wiggling around with it for way too long than is healthy. Right? We get a toothless child now. At least one minus one. God, Jesus Christ. Whatever she had for weirdness going on. That was annoying. Diamond, thank you very much for your 5 gifted. Diamond, that's too much, sir. 2 would have been enough. Arcane Surge for life regeneration looks cool. Yeah, I have seen the note. I just completely ignored it. Was it this one, the Scarred Faith? Or no, which one was it? There was Arcane Surge for life regeneration, right? But which note was it? Because I remember there was one. I just never looked too deep into it. Ah, here. Arcane Surge grants more life regeneration rate instead of mana regeneration rate, right? So that was cool. Don't forget the Tooth Fairy, sir. Come on now. They just came down to ask me for their tooth boxes because my older daughter, she has a teeth box where she can put all her milk teeth in. And second daughter doesn't have one yet because we didn't expect her to have wiggly teeth 1 year earlier than her sister. But, well, some just start early, I guess. I would never forget the Tooth Fairy. 10 out of 10 children basics. The Tooth Fairy even bought 5 euros this morning. I was like, back in my days, you got 1 Deutsche Mark. I'm gonna get 5 euros from the Tooth Fairy. Inflation hitting hard here. And the wife was also correct, saying 1 Deutsche Mark got you a little bit more back in the days. You could buy a whole loaf of bread for that. Nowadays, you need 5 euros for that whole loaf of bread. So, I guess inflation hitting hard. Tooth Fairy gonna pack out those gold bags. Okay, could you just stop teleporting around, lady? Because seriously, like I'm just here struggling for survival. You just keep teleporting around. I need like faster energy shield recharge, definitely. For our survival. We need a faster energy shield recharge. Something jiggy majiggy. Are you German? Yes, I'm German. I live in German. I live in German. I live in Germany. I was born in Germany. I was raised in Germany. I just prefer our content to be English because I don't like to game in German. Because gaming in German sounds awkward. Repeat it with me, chat. Awkward. That's a very good talisman for level 72. Someone just buy it for me. I don't want it. As you can see, my shop is just full with talismans.
Someone is bound
For
to be
5.
dead.
Mana, 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 but DB.
Can I help?
Try to get another ring. That's maximum life and fire resistance. 2 to 49 lightning damage to attacks. I don't need that. Okay, we have barely any cold resistance. This would give me fire and lightning. This would torch my cold, but it would give me lightning resistance. I need some resistances, Chan. Okay, now I get at least some cold resistance, right? Slow and steady wins the snail the race. I need an amulet that has better resis. Do I have an amulet with energy shield? I gotta admit that my amulets have been absolutely lackluster this season around. I mean, not having a belt with resis is obviously painful, but we want the max life. Oh, amulets. Okay, do we have an energy shield amulet and or an armor amulet, right? So we got maximum energy shield. That was maximum armor and it had some resistances. This one has 9% cold, which is just absolutely like here. This was my favorite one because it just gave you all the resis, right? Let's call it the resistance amulet. Because suddenly my resis are fixed, right? Just by adding this little shitter here. If you don't have a German-English accent, it's called training. And then training. And then even more training. The only thing you gotta get rid of is the age problematic as a German. And then you're good to go. To show your Atlas skill tree, it's not maxed out, but I am focusing mainly on not having enough strength to use my skills. Great. I am focusing in my Atlas tree. Where's my Atlas? Yep, here. I focus on the essences down here, because essences are the biggest thing. If you get a greater essence of battle, for example, that is just guaranteed 90 exalted. That's why I'm a big fan of messing around with that.
Yes, time I turned over a new leaf.
So FY. Okay, they just decided to corner me against a wall. Fantastic. I wonder... Oh, we don't have enough. Wait. Why can I not use Entangle? Eh? Entangle? 64 strength required. It's great that it didn't show that strength requirement.
Too old to start afresh.
66. So my thought was, instead of using the half for the bonus damage on the Entangle, because we don't actually need the bonus damage, for the start of mapping, we could play... Let's try something out here. You could use Pin, if you wanted to. Pin 3. I feel like pin 2 is probably better. Okay, so you already have physical damage from skills is pinning, right? And if you now go for Tangle, they get pinned, and pinned is immobilized, and immobilized just has them not be able to get closer to you or anything. And that's partially nifty. It just locks everyone to the ground. And you'd say, hey, if you do enough damage, you don't need that. On the other hand, it's just very easy to pull through. Interesting part is you already have this node here. We have Impale on spell hit. Now we have Pin also, and we have Hindered on spell hit as well. Like 3 ailments or status conditions that we can apply to keep everyone away from us. You're new to this league. If you're new to this game, you should still play the new league. So you should play the Fate of the Vaal, because it's just the league with the most functionality. Okay. If you play, for example, standard, you're not going to get the Vaal Temple, right? You're just going to play the standard game. I mean, there's Abyss now in the standard game, so that's fine. But it's not like that the league mechanic makes everything harder. It just adds to the game. So with Fate of the Vaal, for example, you're now getting these Vaal thingies in between, and they will get you more loot. Like, you have these platforms that lead to the temple. However, even during the campaign, they just pop out these Vaal chests that give you more loot. There could also be bosses popping out, so that's kind of like funny, because then you might have to fight off a boss, but all in all, it's just better. Shame the tornado doesn't suck enemies. That would be cool. It actually does say that it should suck enemies in, right? In the description of the tornado, unless I'm kind of wrong. But even with not sucking enemies in, this is a tornado that doesn't have magnified area on it. You could just put magnified area on it and make it vastly bigger. However, the size is already prodigious, and I never had a problem with it not like just destroying everyone. Davey, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Davey, good to see you there, partner. Hope life finds you good. Stupid elephant, out of my way. So what level are we? We're 69, chat. So we just entered into the end game. What was it? 40 minutes ago? An hour ago? And we've so far made today from level 50. We have made 12 levels today. Okay. 12 levels. We're sitting at 51% armor. We have 1,600 energy shield. I feel good. One of those bosses ripped a hardcore character in Act 1. Yeah, I mean, the bosses that come out of the Vaal thingy, they can be nasty, especially if you don't expect them to be nasty. Because there is one that does, like, one-hit kills if you don't have any kind of defense, which you don't have in the beginning. So that can be overwhelming, but hey, most first-time players at least don't play hardcore, so I think that's not a first-time player problematic, right? That's more a playing more often than not player problematic. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I need to pick up more wands. I'm really not used to be picking up wands. I just leave them. Wolf is kind of like gotta kill everything before you get a touch type of build. The problem is the wolf is a freeze build, and freeze builds are often like that. They're glass cannons. They're like the monk back in the days, right? Remember Ice Strike Monk? Ice Strike Monk used to be also like that. I mean, if you attack first, everything gets frozen with Ice Strike. Everything gets shut down. But if anything just staggers you and you cannot attack, then they fight back and you die. Until obviously you have reached a certain breaking point where you have so much energy shield that even if you get staggered, you're just like, yeah, whatever. But until then, you have this strike first and strike first very hard. Okay, we're 69, almost 70. With 70, we can ascend. Actually, with 69, we could ascend. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our best here with the Impale now on the Abyssal Realm. By the way, if you compare Vaal Temple to Abyssal Realm, the Vaal Temple feels kind of sad, right? But then again, I'm just a sucker for Abyss, which is funny because I dislike Abyss in Path of Exile 1. So Abyss in Path of Exile 1 is really annoying because it spawns all over the map, right? So Abyssal Rifts open, okay? And what happens is that you have to chase them, and while you're chasing them, they pop out monsters, and then you gotta kill them, and then you gotta keep chasing them, and then you gotta kill them, and then you gotta keep chasing them. You've tried all Druid forms. I have not tried Werewolf, so I don't have an opinion on that. However, I know from Wyvern, Bear, and Plant form that Wyvern is definitely the strongest right now. It's just quite powerful. And again, you should really play what you enjoy playing, because strength does not matter as much as, right, having a good time. Okay, my wolves are blocking his stupid stone throwing. Are we not dealing damage? Well, because he has to, like, you know, hit all his laddies here with the stones, or nothing happens. Thank you. What an annoying fight this can be. He just hit a wolf again instead of his dudes. Yeah. You're an annoying piece of work. It's been annoying you can't kill the mobs instantly. It's gonna come to that point. I mean, we just entered mapping, sir. If you, like, expecting to kill everything instant on the start of mapping, it's a bit wanting too much, right? Gotta work your way up to that first.
What is it? Choose what you need.
That's a lot of physical damage.
Useless to me. Take it. Go.
We get a lot of currency from this chat, but we didn't get a new map, which is always frustrating.
See more of
So since we put the pin on, we've died less. Guess that wasn't a too bad call, huh?
as you would. Carry on.
Can do a tier 10 map. Tier 9. Because my tier 10 maps are just too much. Is there a mechanic to buff frozen mobs that has essence? Like you can find mob with more essence and better. No. So if you have one of these essence mobs, you can just use your thingies to, like, you can use currency on him. You can just use your currency to corrupt him, for example. That is absolutely possible. Abyss. Do I have experience? I have experience, but it would be... Map Moss's Ground, 57% more experience. I mean, yeah, I guess. Bosses are anyways what gives the most experience, so if we get bosses, right?
The jungle blooms with life and death alike.
I need to aspiring. We get this note here. This says increased arcane surge, right? I wonder if we need this for the critical hitting, right? To make sure that we're getting arcane surge for mana. Be nice. So if you wonder what these thingies are, they're impaled. They're pinned. Sorry, not impaled. Druidic focus. Please tell me more. Can electrocute work with entangle build? Build up the electricity. Entangle does not naturally electrocute. You'd have to put, like, you'd have to make it electrocute. Question rather is, why would you want it to electrocute? What is your goal you're trying to achieve here? What is thy goal you're trying to achieve? Why do you want to electrocute those poor souls? Are you doing a werewolf build next? Yes, most likely. Even though werewolf seems a little bit overtuned. Even though people say it's not overtuned. So I'm not entirely sure where to go with that. Like I've heard like so varying opinions now. Like werewolf is so weak, werewolf is so strong. I love my werewolf. Werewolf auto bomber. So I've seen the internet full of opinions. Werewolf very divisive. Help me to make cast on crit work. What's your problem? Why can't you get it? Like, why doesn't it work? I mean, cast on crit, you just equip it and it works. Yeah, I'm not like the Arcane Search thingy we should definitely take, right? Down the line, though. Wolf is amazing in party play with the extra cold damage. Yeah, but what if the enemy gets stunned instead of frozen? I could imagine that to be annoying. Scale cast on crit for the supports that require less energy and refund energy. I'm at tier 6 maps and cast on crit still doesn't work for me. So in order to really have cast on crit work, you need your 3rd Ascension. Do you have your 3rd Ascension? I will show you cast on crit. Like, give me another 30 minutes, maybe like tops an hour. I can show you how cast on crit works. Okay, he gives 55% more XP. Blocked her. Getting a nice killing field already. She hasn't even stopped yet, right? But she's just like being destroyed by the killing field that we have. Oh, that would actually kill me. Goodbye, Dan. Good, there's our first tier 10 chat. So we just started mapping an hour ago. We're sitting at tier 10. So cast on crit needs you to have this node. This node. Hits which would potentially be critical hit do not roll a critical hit, will reroll critical hit chance until they succeed. And the basic idea is that you're guaranteed getting critical hits. Okay. Are you going to make this your main character? Sir, I don't have a main character. I play characters until the 4th Ascension and level 90 roughly, until they're absolute monsters in the endgame, and then I make the next build. Because as soon as a character is a monster in the endgame, it loses any appeal to actually play. This item has 75 maximum energy shield base. You could now take an essence of enhancement and already make it a 326 energy shield. Then you could take your currency, and I don't have armor. I don't think I have armor corruption anymore, do I? Or it's all of my other character. Oops. Then we could desecrate it to do more things. That's sad. I was hoping for you to turn out better. This one comes into the stash of riches right now, because it's potentially a very good outcome. You're sad. You're sad. You're sad. You're sad. So let's go and ascend. Then shall we?
Sure someone will want that.
Question is rather if we have enough thingies to do the Ascension. Right? Second miss. Tornado has a 1 limit unless you play Overabundance and or you are Stormweaver and or you have a certain talisman. And or I think there's also unique that can help there. Right? So let's go for... Oh shit, we have all these unidentified items. Okay, chat. First... And I need my... Good. So, what do we got? Resistance. Let's see. We got 28. We got 20. This is Restore Honor on Room Completion. Really? Really? Restore Honor on Room Completion? That was pretty good. I mean, seriously. That was pretty good. We got 17% as well. So are we at 20, 28, plus 17 is something like 65, right? Quick math! Hopefully. Hopefully. Restore Honor on Venerating a Shrine and more global defense. Yeah, that's going to be insane.
Only the strongest leave this place standing.
I cannot find the Align the Fate skill. Can you help? Align the Fate is here. That's your Ascension. So please don't look at the build planner. Actually, watch the video. Main questions that people have can be fixed by watching the video. This is not an offense. I just notice often when we get questions, it's like, oh, so you clicked on the build planner, but you actually did not watch the video. Yeah. That's going to be a problem then. What the video is there for. Macabear, you're clearing map bosses like a boss. I love to hear it. Which one are you using, by the way? Are you using the... Use all sacred water. You're and your minions. Room types are unknown. Room types are unknown is fine. Are you using the Lunar Assault version or the Pounds version? Because they're like two, right? Lunar Assault and there's Pounds. By the way, this here is a level 60 region right now, Chad. Because I managed to get a talisman for a level 60 region, which is actually insane. Because I am level 70 strong, right? We have level 70 DPS pretty much. And we're playing against level 60 creatures. Only your talisman matters if you're in animal form. Yes, your talisman is what gives you damage in animal form. And also your rings and your gloves and that kind of stuff. Take physical damage on room completion. I think I can do this because I get honor on room completion, and the physical damage I take on room completion gets lowered by the armor value we're having. So that actually should lead to this is fine. Are we staying in werewolf form? We're faster. Actually, the interesting part about the build, right? I can be in human form, but if I need to zoom, I can just be in werewolf form. Just gonna ask Tormentus to drop solid, solid, solid. Make profit, make profit, make profit. The saddest part about trading. You found a great item. You know what you should do? You should sell it. Now, you want to use it? No, fuck you. Sell it. Now. Or the same goes when you find an absolute end stage talisman that you could use to like triple your damage. And you're like, well, you know what? I should sell this. Right? Okay, get a random boon. Hey, everyone. 50% more damage. Ah, additional room ahead. Ah. Reduce light radius, minimum map is hidden. You have no armor. You have no armor would be devastating to a degree, but you have also less energy shield. Technically, I need to go for this there, then but I refuse. So let's go for the merchant. I refuse to go for the shitty stuff. Did you get with honor rest? I tried this damn trial 3 times, 2 hours for nothing. You always go in with honor rest, otherwise you're screwed. So usually you do your first trials of Sekimas at level 20 something something, and you pick up as many like relics as you can, right? Really, like, you look for every single thingy that could give you bonus relics. And then after picking up all these bonus relics,
May that serve you.
you then hope that your second Ascension already has you have enough honor resistance. Otherwise, you do one more, like with 2 floors, for example. Pick up even more relics. And afterwards, you're good to go. But usually after my first Ascension, I always have 75 honor resistance. I never not have that. You have no armor. I kind of want to have armor, so I take the less light radius and I'm going to hate it. The end boss, you mean the 4th Ascension end boss? For the 4th Ascension end boss, you need to be strong enough. So usually it's level 85 where I do the 4th Ascension. Everything before that is greedy. Honest, this is like child's play right now. And you can reforge relics to get better ones. Yes, you could. However, I tend to not do that. And you can even sell good relics, right? And if you have a relic that gives you, for example, like 30 honor resistance or something, and like one like, for example, the relic that I found now that gives you honor restoration on room completion. That one is insane. I mean, imagine having honor restoration on room completion. How crazy is that?
Head is formidable. Steel yourself. It burns.
Floor 1. Oh, rest of great home. See, I tend to stop like picking up relics at this point because my relic chest is just full. However, I should just keep picking up relics optimally. More maximum honor.
Fight within
And
them.
traps are slower and more sacred water
We
found.
will succeed.
The old way still whisper.
4k honor wasn't enough with him. I did my last 4th Ascension with 3,000 honor. Actually 1.7 at the end boss. But I also had 90% armor. You know? 90% armor. So any hit I took was not really doing much. My Bear Druid, like 90% armor, which means if someone hits you, like the damage gets reduced by the honor resistance, right? So you're not taking honor damage. And then the damage is being reduced by your armor. So you actually don't really take a hit. Like a non-existent hit. It was quite useful. Think about it. Why was I worried about my 3rd Ascension again, champ? Someone
Challenge.
wake me up before I go. Okay, a reduced effect of non-unique relics or lose sacred water when taking an enemy hit. So we'll just don't take enemy hits, right? Plan. So the trials can be frustrating, especially if you take wrong pathings, right? So you also got to make sure that the way you're routing through the temple is beneficial for you and not detrimental. That can take some getting used to, like the rune combinations you take and which boons are like, which boons can you bear. But again, this is like a level 61, right? And I am level 70. So you notice how simple this is. If you then have the right amount of damage. I think Mortar Merc is good in 04. Mortar Merc is as insane as it has always been. It might even be better because of Siege Cascade buff. So Siege Cascade is now stronger than it has always been. And there's also Hailstorm rounds that I really need to try around with. Can't actually wait. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Chad. I was really excited at the start of the season for Hailstorm rounds, and I completely forgot that I was excited about them. Because I'm like having so much fun with Druid that I didn't even consider anything else. But finally, Hailstorm rounds. Wah, ah, 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 ah. Oh, what did I drop there? Silver key. I got a lot of keys already. I can't believe how easy you go through there. Almost wrecked my honor with stray hits. Well, just don't get hit. I'm sorry. The goal is to not get hit.
We will succeed.
Not helpful, I know. I mean, with this build, it's incredibly easy, right? So the bear also had an easy time. The actual Wyvern had a harder time at times because the Wyvern did damage by jumping into enemies and then hitting. So if the enemy in any way fought back, I would also already be at a disadvantage. Right? So if you fight like these guys here and I don't instantly stun him, I would take an honor hit. If you follow that advice, you could farm Temporalis. Yeah, but who wants Temporalis nowadays? Are people still farming it? I feel like all the cooldown reduction builds that were like wanting Temporalis are like is not even hot anymore.
That was close.
Can we put Devour on cast on skills? It's a good question. There's a new auto bomber build using it. Intriguing. Probably costs like only a couple of divines, right? That reminds me, I have seen a YouTube video this morning, Chad, from a build where the creator said, I only spent 50 divines so far on the build. It's quite a cheap build. And I was like, brother in Christ, I haven't seen 50 divines in the past 3 leagues. I know for ultra grinders, 50 divines is nothing, right? That actually grind the end game. But it's like, you just spent 50 divines on this. Well, that's great for you, sir. I'd like to see 50 divines once in a while. Rewards are unknown. I don't need to know rewards, right? Permafrost Bolt Witch Hunter is the easiest leveling I've ever done. Permafrost Bolt is insane. Yes. With the Witch Hunter, yes, too. If you have the Rampart Raptor, it's even easier. I actually do have a Rampart Raptor, so I could make like a super leveling. Oh, you used a Greater Chaos instead of an Exalted. Why are you crafting when tired, sir? I hit a Headhunter last night for 50 divines. Yep. I have, in fact, never owned a Headhunter since Path of Exile 2 is out. I also have never cared getting one. Headhunter is like one of these win more items, if that makes sense to you, right? No one needs a Headhunter to make a build work. It's though a good item to have as you then, like, you know, want to farm more. But that's like the win more, not win because of. Elite Great Helm. Oh, isn't this the deepest tower? Didn't the deepest tower used to be like very hot too? It's fun. Oh, it's definitely fun. Your bear talisman goes for 15 divines. Actually, my my talisman I have on my Wyvern I could probably sell for some. Country if you're from Germany, peaceful. It's Germany. That's where the Germans live. Okay, let's try to not get hit by these guys. Try to kill him before he, like, recuperates. Eats up his friend, and they have, like, a nice hanky-spanky. Should we pick up the relics? Should we not pick up the relics? A Flicker Strike Oracle would work. I have seen a Flicker Strike build this morning as I was scrounging over YouTube. So Flicker Strike seems to work. I don't know what the person was playing. I just simply know that I have seen it. Okay, let's put this all in their build 7. I know it exists. Monsters have less HP. Traps are slower. We go Restore Honor, and the next purchase is free. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, now we get 50% more damage. The enemies have 30% less life. Traps are slower. Traps do less damage. The only thing we're missing is movement speed now. Okay, Sacred Water and Room Completion Lost is fine because we have bought everything we need. So from this point on, everything we get is just bonus. Doing this without minimap always stings. Do I dislike taking the one with no minimap? Good thing participating at the German World of Warcraft hardcore event. No, I have absolutely no interest in that. I mean, imagine playing World of Warcraft classic hardcore. Shudder. I guess I'd rather quit streaming than doing that. That's how much non-interest I have. But I'm happy for my German fellow creators that they came up for a way to spend their time. But there's so many better games out there than starting a World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore Guild, right? The only reason any creator joins, right? Listen, the only reason any creator joins is because they're obviously trying to leech off the bigger creators. Step number 1, right? Which is a smart thing to do. Leeching works. And then to create drama moments and clips that will make you hopefully popular. Just like it happened for the American creators, right? You're going to have a bunch of nerds who are trying to clip farm each other. And that does not sound like anything remotely fun, right? Ow, I got hit by a volcano. Oh my goodness, this is how it feels. Okay, lose a reflection, lose a boon. Gain, 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 gain. Nah, I'm fine. I mean, we're just gonna go through now. Merchant prizes, yeah, do that. So long things long, short things short. Right now we're going to play Path of Exile until I'm done with all my builds that I wanted to do. Then we're probably going to do some of the Diablo season, even though the Diablo season is over already pretty much, right? But I haven't gotten to experiment as much as I want with a Paladin. We got also another game coming in December that I'm interested in. December and January. At the end of January, there is Code Vein 2. So that's our next Souls game. Code Vein is the anime Souls that has always been very cool to play from Capcom. Bandai, sorry, not Capcom. Other one. So that one is great. In 50% more defenses. Yabba dabba doo. Monsters are slowed. Then in then in February, we have Resident Evil, the new one. If it's good, is it bad? We don't know. And we have the new season of Diablo probably in February. So, cool things. What's the next build you're talking about? So I want to do a Disciple of Varashta because we, like, obviously that's new. We need to do it. I'm really intrigued in that. Then we want to do a Hailstorm round Mercenary, which is also going to be hopefully very cool. And we're probably going to do a more cinematic version of that one. So like a more cinematic guide where we might actually use some currency to make the leveling even better because it's not something new anymore, right? I want that Fury Talisman. Let me loot it. Thank you. We want to, like, the Hailstorm rounds. Yes, we said that. There's a couple of things we still want to do. We obviously want to do a werewolf. So werewolf is still on the menu because I've seen some cool werewolf builds. There's some werewolf stuff I have in my mind. But I've seen like a werewolf auto bomber kind of style where you actually don't even kill enemies anymore. You activate your, was it Lunar or Soul? And it just auto bombs everything around you, which sounds so fun. Right? I mean, imagine just auto bombing everything around you. Okay, that Impale is really good for mapping. It wasn't good for playing through the campaign, but for mapping, it now works like a charm. Insanely good, useful. Last Epoch. Now, Last Epoch is a game that I personally don't enjoy at all. I love the skill system of Last Epoch. I love the crafting system, but the campaign playthrough and the end game are zero engaging. I don't know what it is about Last Epoch, but it's just sadly, like, it's, if I want to play a game where the playthrough doesn't feel too hot, I can also play Diablo, right? In Diablo, you just rush to the end game, and then the end game is fun. The problem is that I rushed to the end game in Last Epoch, and then the end game isn't also fun. so what am I gonna do? Nothing excites me but the skill system, right? That's the problem. They have one of the best skill system in the industry. They have one of the best crafting system in the industry. But then the game isn't actually appealing. Okay, chat. We were at maximum honor all times because we have a relic that gives us honor on room clear. That's just illegal, isn't it? I forget to pounce on her. So, third Ascension, ladies and gents. One done and done one.
But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them if you can find.
So that gives me instantly the lesser harm. Body armor, royal, curious, body armor. Wow. No. Tune wand. Arcanist, royal. Always take the royal because you can literally not have enough of these. Mage, curious. I was hoping I get away with not having to run back and forth between these, but here we are. Build 7. This is all the loot we have gotten. Staff, wand, briefs, leggings. Focus, staff. And we're out. Can the restoration relic also have rest? Good question. I mean, generally the best relics we get like at the end, like these 4 relics that you get in 4 floor, right? They're insane here. This is restore 23 honor on room completion, and monsters take 20% increased damage. Amazing, right? You were around 30 to 60k DPS. Would you attempt the 4th Ascension? I currently for the 3rd have like obviously 5k DPS, but that 5k is not really 5k. It's actually more than 5k. On my Wyvern and my bear, the DPS, my bear is sitting at a... Here, this was my Wyvern when I ascended. Just to show you. So we were sitting at... Sorry. Move that. And weapon set 1. We're sitting at like something 20,000, but that's not the whole damage. There's just way more to it. We're sitting at like a good one. Our flame breath was decent. Our barrage was decent. Right? So we're very, very happy with the endgame damage outcomes. So with full rage, we're sitting at... Oh, I don't have my rage activated. See, we don't even have our eternal rage activated right now. That's that. Why ever it's not activated? Not enough spirit. What have I done that I don't have enough spirit for this? Yep, when that counts up, you're sitting at 30. So like 30k. And the 4th Ascension was really simple because our oil barrage just took them completely apart. So, yeah. Could do a lightning arrow build. Why would I do the most boring build in the game when there's so much fun to be had? Okay, we're back now. 3rd Ascension. What are we going to do? The idea was that with a 3rd Ascension, we would go for more crit, potentially. Because we can now kick out Align the Fade. So I need to make a... My... Did I close it? That was that. That was Entangled. Double Rush. That. Did we not make a... We made a 65? Yeah, and then I closed it. I'm a brilliant. Okay. Import 75. So that was 70. 3rd Ascension. And then we get the crit swap. So this is like the 3rd Ascension, what we did for the 3rd Ascension. And now the basic idea is that we wanted to go for more crit. Because now, but the question is, do we have to go for more crit? So the idea is that if we swap these 2 passive points for these up here, we have inevitable critical hits, which will make sure that we crit hit. So even if I don't change anything right now and just keep it like this, okay, how would that look like? Because we have the cast on critical, okay? And the idea was to put the thunderstorm on cast on critical. Together with cruising current, yeah. So we have to deactivate the wolf pack and we get cast on crit. Okay? That's the base idea. Now let's see what we have here. We got useless shoes.
I shall record you.
Mana, fire spells, attribute.
Use for it.
Maximum energy shield.
For now.
When it focus, you could at least play around with. Mana regen.
These are our supplies.
Damage extra fire damage. Spell physical, but too low. Okay, let's pull out all the things that we get from our cool Ascension.
What do
I doubt there's anything good under this, right? It's not too bad, but the rest of the stat is actually sad. No armor, no nothing. A lot of physical. I mean, for a level 59 one, that's actually really good damage. If you buy this for 5 Exalted, you can have a really good level 59 progress.
greetings?
Mana, all spell skills, damage, maximum mana, and cast speed. If this would get physical damage, it wouldn't even be too bad. But it's only +2, where it could be +3. this is extra cold damage. Wow.
I'll take it.
I guess someone would want to have it. Too late though. Damage recouped as live.
Bring any tomes you find.
Welcome.
Here, let's put that in the currency exchange for 2. There you go.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Put the token away. So now that we have the guaranteed crits and we have this cast on critical, let's see how that works. We cleared a tier 9 map already, a tier 10. I mean, let's go for a tier 12. What's the worst that could happen? You might notice how we don't actually need more damage because we went now from tier 1 to tier 12 with the same stuff. We haven't changed anything, right? Oh, spell cascade with thunderstorm. Oh, it could do. Look at my cast on crit now. So despite not having, right? Despite not having any critical stuff going on, due to the Ascension, my cast on crit is now working and it's casting the thunderstorm. So I don't already have to take care of the thunderstorm anymore. I could just have to cast my other spells. Just like that already. Now, obviously, the more crit I have, the better it is, because the more damage we'll deal. Because currently, I might be casting on crit, however, I don't actually get much out of it. In terms of, like, I don't get much more damage because I don't have anything in the crit, right? The cast on crit is already working. It means I don't have to, like, cast the storm anymore. I don't think casting the storm is a problem. It, like, literally did not cost any efforts to do so. That one will work. I can fully focus on my tornadoes. The problem with this is still that we're not getting the fire, the storm on every mob pack, right? Because with cast on crit, I mean, it's not like that I need the thunderstorm on every mob pack, right? But we're not getting it there. 2 breaches, 1 map? Damn. Okay. That killed me. Done. I mean, in order to obviously get it now on every pack, Rooks, you just need more crit or more energy gained. So there are skills or there are passives that give you more energy gain. There's also skill gems that give you more energy gain and also retain energy. So that like, it's not a problem to work around with that, around the constraints of this to get more out of it. Certainly possible. Oh, great. There would have been a waypoint like 2 seconds afterwards. Are these 2 Asmarian Wisps? Can 2 Asmarian Wisps go into 1 elite? Asking for a friend who always ignores Asmarian Wisp mechanic. Oh, great. Does he have corpse explosion? No, he has life regeneration and the wolf thingy and volatile cracks. Right now, we more or less always have the storm active. I think that's cool.
We're wearing it down. Kill that up. Aye, good hunting. Finish it.
But it doesn't feel like too amazing to play cast on crit, so just the storm wouldn't be enough to make sense of it, if that makes sense. So we need something else too. I was thinking about playing the Bone Storm at Bone Cage, because Bone Cage works against impaled enemies, and as you can see, we impale enemies. So the basic idea is you would put 2 spells on cast on crit, which you can actually do. And you could get something like Bone Cage, and Bone Cage says hits are pinning and pins enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. So if we pin, it's kind of good. So instead of cursing currents, you could also put the Bone Cage on.
Go on.
And then play around with that, see what comes out. That's a reaping staff with intelligence. What happens when we slam on a... That is maximum mana. That's kind of...
What is it? Quickly. As expected.
I mean, every reaping staff we see is kind of something you want to pay attention to. Physical damage. Ay, 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 ay. So you want that 73% increased critical hit chance for spells. That'd be fire.
Goodbye.
Okay, spell. What do we have crit-wise? What do we have crit here? So we could have the increased crit bonus. We have the... This is increased crit hit chance while shapeshifted. That's useless. We have here the reduced skill speed but crit hit chance. So this is probably what you want to have. Let's remove some nodes. So for example, we're going to remove the physical damage node here. Form that into a crit node. For now. Actually, no, I want both. I want that node and the other one. I need to remove something else. I wonder if the flat damage node is needed here for the flat lightning damage, or if it would be better to, for example, take this. Right? This crit hit chance, this crit bonus, they're fire. These are like really killer skills. I don't think I necessarily need this physical damage for plant skills. It's useless. And we're gonna remove the fissure limit. Yeah. Already an improvement to what we're doing. Now, to make things better, we could also remove the impale from the skill, right? And we could put on pinpoint critical to just crit even more. My pound still breaks armor, but I'm not getting a damage bonus from it anymore. That makes me sad. Oh, look, chat. He gave me frozen ground. That's far too kind for him. Okay, the bone cage is working. The only problem is it happens mostly around me. So for the bone cage, we would probably need spell cascade to have it go outward further, right? Because the issue is right now we have the bone cage, but since it is only on me, it never reaches anywhere else. My fire tornado, by the way, because I have boots that create ignited ground. And the fire tornado does more damage. Oh, that's a crazy talisman. +6 to all melee skills, and just like this is 400. This is 480 damage. That thing is crazy. That's a random absolute end stage talisman. What would you sell this for, chat? I mean, if I would craft this, handcraft this, I would take around 100 exalted to make this. Yeah. Right.
It's you.
So I'll just sell this for 1 divine.
I'm sure someone will want that.
The 21 physical might scare people off. It is slow, Piotr, but if you look at the overall DPS of the weapon, it's 120 plus 220 plus the 80. If you quality this up, if you then give it the if you then give it more, it's just insane. Like, right? So yes, the 21 physical could scare people off, but just the raw awesomeness of this item is just there. We need a greater jeweler's orb for the cast on critical, and I think you're right about this. We probably need astral projection, because this says we can now cast the skill where we want it to be cast. See how that works. What we could also do is we could remove, get one of these. How much do they cost right now, the 5ers?
Oh, it's
Interest. I could expect someone to have a 5er here.
Oh, it's you.
We have our entangle. Super crit, because it's guaranteed to crit anyways, so we might just give it more crit.
Speak. Never too old to start afresh.
I need the impale. I want the skill effect duration, but I also want the crit nodes here. I could remove the defense nodes. That would allow me to go the middle. Also go over the side. Crit. Do we need the bonus or do we need the crit chance first? Crit chance means we get more bonus. So if we actually crit, we have more bonus right off the bat. I'm not sure we should cut like this out completely. Because that 20% bonus lightning damage is nice, but the crit will surmount to more in the long run. Right? I think. Boost our energy shield like crazy. That brings us back to the question, do we really want to go like for the bonus armor energy shield, or do we want to focus full on the energy shield, right? Standard question back again. What would we like to do? We could get Arcane Surge on crit. Try that one out. For now. Let's see where that goes. Thing is, we don't need a lot of duration anymore. Because, like, so we needed duration before. Why? Because the duration was needed to make sure that we're... Tier 13. I need to jump to tier 15 maps right away. I don't have a tier 13, 14, 15, so let's just jump to a tier 15 map. Okay, Chad? Level 71 Oracle, tier 15 map. Here we go. What's the worst that could happen? So we're currently sitting with Entangle at a crit chance of... I'm blind. Here, we get 19, and against immobilized enemies is another 50. Oh, we get no enemies. Great. Okay, Arcane Surge on crit just works, Chad. See, we get our Arcane Surge just triggered. So as soon as we have the node, we get like bonus cast speed and bonus... what was it from Arcane Surge? It's like the freest bonus cast speed you can just get there. Oh, there's a tier 15 map just from that. Okay. Let's just take the... Thing is, the more often you crit and everything, right? The... More often you crit and everything, more mana you're gonna burn through, right? Okay, tier 15 map boss, ladies and gentlemen, with level 72. Let's see how that goes. Break his armor. Here you go, Mr. Druidman. Yeah, that damage is crazy. See how my mana's going down? Why is that happening now? Because we're casting a lot of bone cages. Chan. Are you using cast on crit with a tornado? No, I just used the tornado bonus because it's bonus DPS. There's like no reason to not use it. If the tornado... So I have a question, chat. If the tornado says, absorbs the surface to do a debuff, but you would say the surface can't be destroyed, would the tornado still work? Because we're currently playing the pounds, okay? And we're playing the pounds on crit to make sure that the pounds crits. So, if I would now say the pounds create shocking ground, and then we use persistent ground. Need a tier 4. I want 10. So cheap.
All right, your order is registered.
8, just like that.
I have a buyer.
Oh, someone bought my talisman for 5, chat. My cool base here. The base here I set for 258. That's actually an insane base, by the way. Someone bought it. Pony making profit. So, 2. Ah, yeah. If the pounds now gets persistent ground, does it still get taken? So, persistent ground says increased duration of ground surface created by supported skills. Ground surface from supported skills applies suppressive ground. Suppressive ground inflicts cooldown recovery. Ground surface created by cannot be destroyed except by expiring. So, does it still work that he would eat up the ground? Right? So I wonder if that works. Let's give it a try, okay? So if I now jump in, I make lightning ground. Oh, it works. Oh, it works. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So that why is that why is that so important? Because I can just use more of my cast then, right? I mean, again, we don't need the cast here. We only need this versus bosses. Just like nice nifty bonus DPS. That first tier 15 map is going pretty good, chat. So this is our first tier 15 map, chat, with level 71. We just started. And I'd say whole sounding success. My other builds could not do this. I think my bear started with level 78 or something like that, right? We definitely need more defense, though, because our defense is right now just our offense, right? Are we still using the pounds? Instant armor break. I feel like it's too good to not use a way to just break enemies' armor. That's simple, right? I wonder if we should put on, and that's a big question. I wonder if we should put on the break more armor on that skill. Oh, I just got explosion from the side. So we should put on the break 70% more armor, or when armor gets broken, enemies take more physical damage. Right? You could put on Uruk smelting potentially. Right? So if we have the pounds, we have Shocking Leap, Inexorable Critical. We don't need the Inexorable Critical anymore because the skill would be guaranteed to crit due to the crit thingy, and we don't need it to do damage. So if I now go for the currency and we get Armor Break, you get Uruk Smelting. Fully break armor with supported skill causes affected targets to permanently take 5% increased physical damage up to 20. The thing is, does the skill break the armor or does the mark break the armor? So, who would break the armor now, chat? Let's see if Uruk Smelting applies, okay? Because technically, the skill itself doesn't break the armor. It's the Predator's mark that breaks the armor. However, it could work, right? If I jump. Oh, I couldn't see if smelting was applied. I need something else. Do you have a link for your loot filter? My loot filter is from Filterblade. I need someone that's vastly tankier. Okay, then. What is the smelting thingy on him? Chad, does he have the smelting on him? I don't see because too much burning ground, too much everything happening around me to see. If you don't have mana issues, you can use the Mana Flare support. What does Mana Flare do? I mean, right now we don't have mana issues yet. We're also getting free Arcane Surge, so that's nifty. Okay, let's stop dying on that tier 15 map, though, Chad. Okay. Oh. Let's stop dying on that tier 15 map. And we're essentially made out of paper. Still. But how do we stop being made out of paper? I need a faster Starge of Energy Shield recharge. Could Convalescence help with that? Good question, right? And I kind of don't want to fuck with energy shield and just go for full armor and just be done with it, you know? Steve? I don't think it counts for the mark. Blast with the Amazon. Amazon is brilliant. I don't think the Urg smelting applies when you're using it. I don't know, is that symbol Urg smelting the one right next to it? I just don't know what the smelting symbol is. For my biggest problem. Yeah, Mana Flare might be just buttering out your mana instantly because you crit, like, every single hit you do crits on this build. The thing is that every hit I do 100% crits. It just doesn't do always like, so you have to imagine that I hit one and he's invisibly rolling a lot of dice really quick to make sure that I 100% crit. But don't do the maximum damage, right? Can you go case inoculation for this build? Case inoculation is here. So the answer is most likely not. I just don't see how. Like, I really, really don't see how. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we made it to the Architect again. Actually, we did not only make it to the Architect, we made it to the Architect and we made it to Aziri. Can I already enter the chamber? All right. We don't need a special room, right? We can at least take the Architect down if we wanted to. Again. Throw back the light out.
Go on.
60 damage is extra fire damage.
Magic treasures.
Increase lightning
Don't
damage.
spend it all at once. For now, we part.
Not bad. Not for what we're doing, but not bad. Okay, so all in all, the cast on crit is working right away with the bone cage. So this is like pretty standard, right? But we have the tornado still going on because I like the tornado, and we have the cataclysmic elements. I need to get rid of the Zenith support because Zenith support doesn't work anymore. Zenith used to work, but it's sadly not doing it. We need some more tier 5 support gems. Anyone else in the problem that he doesn't have tier 5 support gems, guys? The amount of currency I've already spent on tier 5 supports is honestly upsetting.
Your order is registered.
Oops, why did you do that? 10 for 10. Thank you very much. With the... Okay, so what we're playing is the rapid casting because the more spells I use, the more powerful it gets. This is actually really cool because it takes like a lot. Triggers a discharge. We could do... Support skills deal more non-ailment over time. I mean, they don't do ailment damage, right? It does physical damage per second and elemental damage per second. Does Swift Affliction work? So the basic idea is that the tornado does fire damage per second, cold damage per second, lightning damage per second. So it should do more damage, right? Huh? Right? Melee is so bad. Melee is actually one of the coolest ways to play, sir. I mean, how dare you? So that should work. Expand is useless. Advancing Storm we don't need as well. Efficiency doesn't do anything. What other damage do we have? The range is... Zenith was cool, but we don't have maximum mana to do it. I mean, we could consider casting because it's just still one of the best. I mean, it kind of cuts into it, but it buffs it, so it's fine. I wonder how much stronger this now is. Need to Shroud Swift Affliction. Maps 15. Kyle, thank you very much. I'm happy you're enjoying the content. You missed last seasons of Diablo due to how good POE has become. I feel you there. I absolutely feel you. Okay, we got 3. Look at this, chat. Look at the amount of finally like a goddamn cluster of citadels we got. I guess we're gonna make our way towards the other citadel finally. Let's do that. It feels like it does massively more damage, Chad. Tornado. Make shock round guaranteed. Make an ice shock round everything tornado. Like 0 stun threshold, so as soon as we like walk into someone, he just stuns us guaranteed, right? The only downside. Thing is, if we get rid of like all the physical damage nodes and get like some more elemental damage nodes, that also works really well. The only problem with the tornado is that it can't crit for some reason, because I think it's because damage over time, right? But the tornado is kind of like a waste to play to a degree, but since it's so easy to just put up, like, it feels sad to not play around with it. What? I just like using it, what can I say? I like the build. Oh, I enjoy it very much. It's very simple. Like, you spam Entangle and Thrashing Vines, and that guaranteed critical strikes. And these guaranteed critical strikes, they feed the cast on critical, and they feed the cast on critical real quick. I mean, look at the top left corner. That's your cast on crit. So we just do this. We just do that. We break his armor, so it's guaranteed. You see that doesn't apply the mark for some reason. Really, you just jump next to him. Thank you. So you put all of this on him, right? His armor gets broken. Obviously, if he now runs out, that's a bit of a bummer. How about you don't run out? Good. I mean, for our level 74 tier 15 maps, we're liking this. To obviously get way more out of that. We have the crit here. Probably need to take this crit, right? Crit damage bonus, and then increase the crit damage bonus if we have dealt a crit recently, and we always do crits recently. Makes me question we should reduce the overall physical. Just get more crit. Still don't like plants? I mean, I can't help you with that, sir. Just like the plants, that's just what it is. I mean, we could technically work with weapon swap points for the tornado. This is completely unnecessary. But we could technically work with weapon swap points on the tornado. Because the tornado is a skill. It's like physical duration windstorm. Do we have any duration stuff here? So we get like you have the increased duration of elemental elements. Skill duration with the skill duration. So we could technically choose a lot of the duration stuff, and we could put a lot of the like crit stuff. We could put all on weapon set 1 and use that for our entangles and things. And then we could use the tornado on weapon set 2 and just boost the damage over time stuff. Should be possible, shouldn't it? Oh well. Hit me with something. Right? Tooltip is not accurate. The problem is that the tooltip gets skewed by the actual crit chance and everything. Exceptional flying spear. Oh. I once sold an exceptional item for, I think, 200 exalted, was it? Don't you ever craft on an exceptional item, by the way? Just let someone else do it. Like, if you find an exceptional item, that's like for others to mess around with. But our exceptional items, oh, they come like with bonus sockets. It's kind of cute. I have a chest piece, for example, with 3 sockets base. So these are obviously absolutely essential. Oh, okay, chat. This is my first level 18 skill gem. As you can see, I can't even use it. By the way, all my skills are still level 14. I have one single skill level 16. And we're doing the tier maps, right? I think we're doing everything the right way. Ooh, the favorite part. Chat, listen. The favorite part. Jump in to create the shock round. Oh no, he has like arms that are hitting me. Arms chat. Didn't even see these arms until they started like completely demolishing me. We don't like arms. Ah! Okay. That's good. That's good. So what do we sell an exceptional spear for? We get market panel. You get spear. I'm not sure how popular spear is. Isn't there like socket amounts? Can you not do sockets? Can do sockets, couldn't you? I'm blind. Because I'm like, otherwise I don't know how to look for an exceptional one, right? Let's put it in the box for now. Just box.
Hey.
Okay, we get 272 energy shield. Didn't we have like a higher energy shield one? Oh, we had a higher energy shield one, I remember. We're thinking of going full energy shield. I'm mistaken. Thorns. Cold resistance. That's so useless. We technically have this robe here waiting for us, right? But it's only a level 59 robe, so it kind of feels bad to use. It's 326. They bump us up all the way to 2000. It would steal our resistance away, though. Some of them. Right? For the time being. Problem is, probably would have to play Convalescence, right? And I hate just the gameplay with Convalescence. And we also need more Spirit. So the basic idea is that when you're playing with this one, okay?
Seeing more of this is what we have available. The nameless creepy overcloak.
We would have to get a amulet that has Spirit or a chest piece that has Spirit, and then we could play Convalescence. But yeah, we don't have that with Spirit. Can I use tier 17 finally? So my Thrashing Vines are leveled up. Tornado is leveled up. Now the basic idea is if I wanted to play the Tornado, let me go through the motions of the ocean. So we would have to remove these here, right?
Time I turned over a new leaf.
When I'm on Doriani, I cannot. I used to be just able to like weapon swap points. Okay, this is all weapon set 1. Okay, chat. Because again, the tornado can't crit. Which means, what would the tornado need to get more damage? We have anything storm related? Anything storm related? Not really, right? Increases damage if you've triggered a skill recently. I mean, I can take this one as soon as I'm ascended again, right? Do we have anything wind related? No, there are no wind and storm related nodes, right? The thing wants attack speed. That's correct. Cast speed though, not attack speed. Right? You want to have increased attack damage if you've cast spell recently. Technically, you would want to have more skill speed, cast speed. This would be cast speed. Would be cast speed. This is increased cast speed here. And increased cast speed if you have dealt a crit recently. We could actually use that for reduced crit hit chance. Wouldn't matter, right? That would actually work for weapon set too. Why is the cast speed important? So what happens with the cast speed is that you have the tornado here. She does casts per second, right? And the more cast speed you have, the better it should work. That's only number 2 now. The others are all number 1. Actually, you're in number 2. I forget something very important. Tornado is worth try doing. On the one hand, it is worth to try doing this. On the other hand, I can't do it actually. At least not if I want to keep playing my pounds, right? Yes. Because my pounds is giving me the armor break. Super easy. bitte, mein Schatz. Ja. Ich kann nicht, aber ihr könnt gerne. Ihr könnt mir dann gerne ja was mitbringen auf dem Rückweg. They wanna go eat kebab, Chan. We gotta go. But I'm like, we gotta finish things first. Can't just go. So if I want to keep my armor break, then I need to do this. But I could also kick the armor break out technically and just be like, screw the armor break. But I just like it, you know. I like the pounds armor breaking. I like the pounds shock ground creation. That's the question. How to increase your tornadoes? Your tornadoes in size or what? In damage? There's a lot of cool support gems you can use, right? And attack speed is obviously king for the tornadoes. And you need to have elemental grounds. So that's like kind of like the thing. You need so many layers of stuff to get gooder. Because the question rather is it worth it to invest in that? Right? Worth it to keep investing further? Or should we rather ignore? That's a fractured leg. Other channel. You can armor break with entangle when you get the cut to the bone node. What was cut to the bone? Cut. Cut says, break armor and critical hit with spells equal to damage dealt. Increase magnitude of impales inflicted with spells. Yep, that would work. Very easy, to be honest. And we could let go of the pounds, but if we get let go of the pounds, we're also going to lose our shock grounds. So then, again, like, Hurricane just becomes non-useful. It's the point where you want to use both. You want to have like the fun of both, but it just doesn't make sense to use both. But I still want to. Let me cling to my tornado as long as possible, chat. Oh wow, that killed me on the distance. That's crazy. Thing is, you cannot take that node anytime early. So in order to take that node, what do we need to do? We need to ascend a 4th time. So before I don't have my 4th ascension done, I can actually not take that node. Why do we need the 4th ascension for that? Because the 4th ascension gives us the 2 more points, so we can choose keystones and cheese the board with keystones. Unless we get that, everything is just too expensive. Level I'm gonna make a level 75 update. That's kind of like the thing there. What should you anoint on the amulet? I don't have amulet anoints on any of my builds right now. Because I don't have the anoint materials. I don't know. I have this season not enjoyed Delirium at all. So I've just literally not been to Delirium. And the anoints I want are all extremely expensive. So you could just get like the most cookie cutter anoints that are extremely close to you. That's what I generally recommend, right? So you want to know what anoint to use? Just find one of those cookie cutter anoints you have like close by. Like, oh, here, you can get 12% area of effect and increased spell damage by Arcane Surge. This is super cheap. Actually, it's not because it needs an isolation, but you get the drift, right? If you find a node that gives you like 10% more damage, well, just anoint it. What's the worst that happens? You get 10% more damage. Again, I did not see your grenade, sir. Your grenade just killed me. Yeah, I cannot tell you on anoint at all. I'm not messing with that. Okay, we need a chest with spirits so we can play convalescence. That's guaranteed, right? That's what we need. We also gotta decide if we really just want to go full energy shield and or not. And I have the damage right now to kill things. So this is like, we're safe. We have the damage. Hmm. I would hate to cut the whole upper node here, but I feel like we should cut the whole upper node there. Because the skill effect duration, so our Thrashing Vines, they have like, they last long enough and we can redo them. Our pounces, if we ignore the tornado. Let's sadly ignore the tornado for now. Okay, chat? Let's say the tornado doesn't exist for the time being. Let's go back to, like, let me refund the weapon swap points for now. Oops. That was not intended. Where do I have one more weapon swap point? Here. The basic idea is that we could take this skill effect duration and the physical damage out for now. Invest that in the crit. Because the crit just gives us more than that physical damage, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 only, right? I mean, unless we would need a node here in the middle. Would actually be the more efficient path for now. You could technically also take like the crit strike damage bonus out here in this damage completely. Just go 2 points, right? Just wanted to save big time. It gives us 17 points to play around with. Not actually true. That gives us 19 points to play around with. That's a lot of points. This crit node is the right side. Actually, this is the right side. Yes, sorry. Because we always do crit recently. You're correct. I'm wrong. We could do mana cost efficiency, but this doesn't seem to be needed as of right now. Like, we don't know if it will be needed further down the line, right? That note we're going to keep because it's just too much damage, right? It would just be a mistake to cut out on this. What other thingy could we go for? I mean, we could technically take the whole circle here, right side of this, right? Just to get all the... This is literally what you kind of want, right? It makes us vastly more energy shield. And we could technically take here the fastest start of energy shield recharge, right? If we don't want to play convalescence for now. Let's remove the pounds. Only thrashing mines and untangle for now. Which makes me sad. We get 8 more skill points to work with. What could we do? mean, what we could do is we could technically take this node for now. Just like that. And forget about the pounds. And just automatize everything. So you can technically take Ind. Strength. And then fizz damage. Impale. Right? The time being. And that leaves us with one skill point left over to just wank around. Actually, we have 3 skill points, so I would kick this jewel out, but let's keep the jewel for the time being. So I have faster energy shield recharge. We had that there. This is faster loss. This would be faster energy shield recharge, but it's like too far away from anything. Let's see how that feels now with the remake. Okay. I think this would like feel really great if we had convalescence, because convalescence in this case would just like on the click of a button, I could just restore my mana, right? So I think that would actually be really nifty. Wow, 41% more monster life. What could possibly go wrong? Could you update the planner for the dragon build, please? The planner for the dragon build is updated, sir. You just have to refresh your cache. I don't know what makes you think that the planner is not updated. Morgana Tempest support gem. Support skills have less area of effect. Support skills have less damage. Support skills have more storm travel speed. Support skills have +1 to limit. That's useless for what we're doing, pretty much. I mean, technically, we just put the build to a spot where we could only use the vines and this, and that's it. It makes it now boring because I can't use my storm anymore. But we're actually breaking armor. Okay, we're also staying full mana, which is actually interesting. What we need right now is a new weapon. Oh, wow. I was trying to walk past you, lads, but it seems like they were blocking everything. Is Vine a projectile? No. The Entangle is a AoE sustained physical duration and plant skill. You'd have to play like, you have to take like plant specific stuff happening. Thing is that, for example, the note we've now taken for the break armor, right? You could take that one way more efficient. I miss my tornado. Yeah, I made the build more efficient, but I made it more boring now too. I miss my pound. I miss my. Wonder if you should have like a bonus energy gained on the cast on critical to get the thingies more with 2 more skill gems. Add 2 more skills. Is there anything critical wise that I want? There would be critical hit chance. But preferable, I would just like to have critical damage bonus. Here's another critical. This is enemies at full life. Increases critical hit chance. This is just chance, right? This is useless. We got increased crit hit chance. I mean, crit hit chance is not useless. It will just give us literally more damage. So I wonder if... Unified Area 2 is nice on Entangle. I prefer Concentrated Area because you are already... like, the Entangle has enough range. It really doesn't need more range. I prefer to just give it more damage. Same goes actually for your vine smacking around. They also don't need more range. Need more damage. So this would be the simple and efficient way of playing it, right? You can now just scoot over the map. Everything gets triggered automatic and you don't have to care anymore. However, that also takes away my fun of using the tornado. However, the tornado doesn't fit into what we're doing. We would either have to decide now to kick the plants out and fully lean into the tornado, which we can still do, right? I would have to send on the plans and forget about the tornado. I think what I ultimately have to do is I just have to do 2 builds, right? Just have to do a tornado build, and we'll just have to do a build with the plants. Okay, Dukes, I'm going to do this now one single time because you seem to be not listening to me. I mean, if you watch the video, you know where to put the exact gems, okay? And I hope you can actually use your own mind every now and then. So if you scroll over here, here's the A-list Chime Tech Update, okay? This is where this is here. I mean, if you're not blind, you can see it. And if you scroll down, you see Lunar Assault that's using Culmination, A-list Chime, and Charge Perfusion. And the pounds is doing maximum damage. If you want to have the A-list Chime on the pounds, you can watch the video that actually explains it. I'm not sure what update you're looking for. I'm genuinely baffled because everything is explained in the video and the guide has it too. If you're not understanding it at this point, then I guess you can join my Patreon and request a one-on-one session. I don't have a Patreon. I don't offer one-on-one sessions, but like, I guess I could. Because it seems to be needed. Yeah, the info is all there. Like, if you're not getting the info, that's not on me. Because I put it out there. Right? Midnight, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Midnight, very kind of you. Appreciate it. There's a lot of people that get confused. No, sir, there's not a lot of people that get confused. There's a lot of people who just refuse to actually watch the guide and just go on the planner, and then they're confused because they're not watching the whole video. When if you actually did watch the A-list Chime Tech update video, and then you went on the planner, you pretty much have all the info. If you only do half and half, then you're gonna be, yeah. Okay, we're definitely doing less damage now without our tornado, Chan. I mean, it's not that I can't play the tornado. I can still add the tornado to this. So nothing has changed. It's just that without the shock round, it will do less damage. Do I like that? Or do I not like that? Extra fire damage, critical hit for spells. That would be great. That's a great talisman. So I love to find white bases because you're just going to be putting on your... See, this is like an interesting base now. It's not a killer base, but 137 fire is crazy. And you could just get it easy physical. That's not divine, that's
Someone is
exalted.
bound to buy that.
Someone can craft with this and have a good time. That's another interesting base. That's okay. Cool. Okay.
It's you.
Chat, today's the day of making flamey flame talismans. I mean, look at that. What is this? This is already 300 damage base. 300 damage base. 300 damage base.
Take your time.
Stupid.
Deal.
Okay, extra fire and extra cold damage. That's so weird. That's so weird. I've never seen one that does that.
Deal.
I want to keep this just for the sake of keeping it, not because I want to use it. And we have our good wand just waiting for us together with our like focus. So this is just sitting there.
What's new?
This. Okay. It's working, but it's boring. That makes me sad. Right? I just want our tornado back. I mean, we could just again use the tornado without a downside, so that's not the problem. One thing we could say is we're already tankier due to just having more energy shield, right? I mean, we cut our armor out almost. Problem is, if you're throwing all the duration nodes overboard, then the actual duration of your tornado is also extremely low. Oh, is that tier 4, level 80? Oh, we're gonna ascend with level something. So wait, let's back out of here before we level up, because we need to make a snapshot with a crit swap. Okay, first and foremost, the wolf pack is gone, chat. So we're not using the wolf pack anymore. Let's put the pounds out for now and put the... I mean, we can keep the tornado for the time being. This would be now the way to play. Yeah, it gives it more fissures. Cast on critical. And we're gonna have to import that. So this would be the... Dearest, we're having here the... level 75 crit swap. Right? If we then wanted to play like that. Now we can go and level up. When optimally, we now need a staff that also gives us spell critical hit chance, right? If I had Convalescence here right now, I could have just tapped Convalescence and it would have healed me back up. Right? And we still don't have our Resis fully out, so that's just that. Do I now need a Spirit chest piece, guys? Or do we need a... Do we need a Spirit chest piece or do we need a Spirit... amulet? What would function better? That is the big question, isn't it? Monsters immune to fire damage, monsters are immune to physical damage. Let's do that. Okay. Fine area. I mainly don't like do these guys here because I don't even use their, you know, I don't even use their currency. I never do. Does the tornado inflict ailments? I mean, the tornado can build up ignite. Yes. It does fire damage. Every fire damage builds up ignite. Increase crit hit chance if you have dealt recently. That one is useless.
Aquatic treasures. Good fortune.
Never throw away an amethyst.
You did well. I have many.
Need to try out how good our new thing will be. Our new wand. So our new wand doesn't give us crit. I mean, optimally, we would get ourselves a level 78 reaping staff and craft on it, right? So we need a... What do we need? We need a reaping staff, which optimally has high spell damage or high spell physical damage, right? So we would have to go for market. Reaping staff. Magic. Physical. Spell. Physical. How do you write? Is it physical spell or spell physical? What is it? What way around is it written again? You have increased spell damage and you have increased spell physical damage, right? I don't actually have increased spell physical damage as a magic item. Oh, divines are going up. Yes, I have currently sitting at 2 divines and I'm not cashing them in. It's called spell physical, right? It's called spell physical. Can a magic item start with it though? Add spell. Cool. Free spell physical damage, yeah. Okay, so optimally, you would have something that starts with a high amount. Let's do like 20 exalted, okay? Wow, you can get 204? Really? For that price? I mean, I could get 199 for 10. Changing Salt for Divine early. I mean, like yesterday, Divines were 140. Today they're 197. So yay. It's good. I should probably change my 100, like my 566 Exalted over, but I use my Exalted for crafting. Okay, now that we have this item, what are we going to do? So, since I am a scaredy cat crafter, we're going to go on our essences, and I have this essence of spell damage. So now I can put increased spell damage on this wand, just like that. The greater essence of sorcery. So now it's 166 spell and 204 physical, right? That's kind of cool. Do we have a weapon here? Desecrate a weapon. What do I get? A prefix. Let's see what that's going to be. I don't have the lightless unlocked though, so we got to unlock the lightless quickly. I mean, the bonus damage gain from this item is going to be insane. Does anyone know how much does the Essence of Sorcery cost currently? I'm trying to usually keep track about how much these items cost because they're not too expensive to make. If you get the good base. I mean, the good base was now 10 Exalted, which is like a joke. But I'm genuinely surprised the 200 Exalted is like that was crazy. The problem will be getting increased cast speed because that's like your ultimate bonus, right? If a staff gets up to 45% cast speed, that would be crazy. As much as I like this spell physical plant build, I'm missing my tornado. What I'm also asking myself is it really worth it to like auto cast your well again? Is it really worth it to auto cast your fire your storm, or should you just go for just handishly cast it? I guess the only advantage of auto casting your storm is that you don't have to look for the duration of the storm because you just always get it. I think Tornado is more viable than going a secondary style with a sigil buff. Well, so the biggest problem with the Tornado is that you need 3 ground surfaces to get the maximum damage out of it. Otherwise, it's just like you playing around. And the problem is that the Tornado can't crit, so it's like pretty useless for this build. It's just, the Tornado just doesn't do anything for the build.
There's no end to this place.
And that feels bad. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what are we getting? Did I just get 33% increased spell damage on top? Or, oh wow, is 58% of damage as extra lightning damage actually useful? I feel like it is, right? Like I want to mess around with that. I mean, optimally, we would want to have critical hit chance on spells, but we're sadly not going to get that. So that's cool. And now we're going to teleport back. And then we're going to go for our hideout. I'm going to put on 2 Exalted Orbs. I get 31 intelligence and life per enemy. And if I'm not mistaken, if I now put on the Greater Essence of Sorcery, Perfect Essence of Sorcery, it should give us +5 spell kits without replacing anything, right? Yep. Ta-da. So we just made this, chat. It's a Perfect Essence of Sorcery go for. Sorcery, Perfect Essence goes for 10. That's pretty cheap, to be honest.
Yes?
And the sorcery, the Greater Essence of Sorcery goes for... Wow, that's... Crafting a caster weapon is so much cheaper than crafting a martial weapon. Okay, look at the difference between these two, chat. So my current one has 163 spell damage, 4 ranks, and 35 is extra lightning. This one has 200, 166, plus 5 ranks, and 58 extra lightning damage. So, it does not have the 25% cast speed though. That will definitely be felt. We also have this little bad boy here. This is 77 with 118 and 3 to all spell skills, plus then my offhand. But we'll have to see how good the reaping stuff actually does. For this, we'll now have to level up as quickly as possibly. So let me get more tier 15 maps and then let's get a zoom on, right? We still have to, we were still discussing, wait. If I wanted to have a chest with spirit or an amulet with spirit. I mean, probably an amulet with bonus spirit, right? So do I have anything that gives me spirit? Yeah, like I have. The one or the other. This is 31 spirit, but that's it. That's 10 spirit, 24 spirit, and some energy shield. We got no spirit. That's just 10 spirit. Oh, it's a bunch of sadness. Only have like 1 spirit amulet, and it's gonna ruin my resistances if I take that. That's so bad. Life's not good, chat. I need to probably buy an amulet, but if I get the spirit, then we can actually go onto gems, tier 16. I can get convalescence. Don't have second wind support. I had cooldown recovery, but that's 1. It's cooldown recovery 2, so we have that. There's obviously 1 cooldown convalescence to be up as soon as possible. Cooldown recovery 1 second wind. The second one allows me to use it twice, right? Probably prolonged duration, that the effect of the actual thingy lasts longer, right? And what else, Chad? Any suggestions for a final one? Cooldown, second win. Well, I have like more spirits, so I could do more. Since I'm gonna lose attack speed, I could just put rapid casting on, so we actually cast convalescence quicker, right? 31, yeah, sure. So let's see how that feels now to use the skill. What does convalescence do? Convalescence is like a oh shit button. Okay, you lose your energy shield and it gives you it instantly recharges your energy shield then. And I think it can also not be interrupted, right? You're pretty much like waltzing into opponents and you get in a shitty situation and then you're like, oh, convalescence! Right? Like your consistent oh shit button to get back up. And since it recharges over time, you can just use it. So as long as you have like 1 charge up, right? Convalescence! Not bad. Is it? Maybe 20k, yes. So convalescence reads following. While active, grants a skill that you can use to instantly begin recharging energy shield. Okay, and then it just comes down to your energy shield recharge rate. The buff duration is 4 seconds. And obviously, with prolonged duration, it now lasts longer. So we're sitting at 6.56 seconds, which is quite long. I wonder if skill effect duration actually has an effect on convalescence to make that last even longer. Right? Like if skill effect duration would have a place. Like if you could do weapon set 1 and 2 for convalescence, because I'm not sure if convalescence would snapshot it, right? Would it snapshot that on? Big question, isn't it? I mean, the cooldown of convalescence is quite a long time. It's not like you can just spam have it up. But it's a very useful skill. Like if you get hit here, unfortunately, you can just really easily get back up. I mean, obviously you could also just be hit very unfortunately and then just die so quick that it doesn't even come together, right? Even against a single monster, we're kind of getting our cast on crit up. Kind of good to see. Gotta say, I like that the build has come together, or how the build has come together. At the same time, getting this build together has definitely taken a pack of fun out of it. But that's probably down to me, who likes to actually click skills instead of like automatically use skills. I just died instantly. Cool. Yikes. Convalescence be damned, Chan. Didn't help me. Happy that the armor break is working. I wonder if you could just randomly play armor explosion. Right? Just break armor, random armor explosions. I mean, we're mainly doing physical damage. Wonder if that multiplies up meaningful. Of the impale chat, right? Do or armor explosion. How do you do that thing where your whole HP is shield? You mean where you have 1 HP and then only shield? That's called chaos inoculation. It's a passive skill that says you have 1 HP, but you also don't take chaos damage anymore. And if you don't take chaos damage is the one thing that breaks energy shield at, like, what was it, 200% efficiency? So if you're immune to chaos damage and you have like your resistances up and everything, then you're pretty much undying. Chaos inoculation is just cheat code. Sadly not reachable for every single build. Obviously quite far away. Some note. Level up, level 77. Okay, chat, let's see. I mean, we've been now in tier 15 maps since we're level 71, which I feel like should not be a thing, personally, right? We shouldn't have been in maps like since 71, chat. I feel like that's not okay. How you're feeling about that? What do you think? It's silly. Oh, my mana actually burned away. That hasn't happened in a while. Bad. We did so many critical strikes that I ran out of mana. We definitely have to, like, finally work on some mana regen, I feel. Damn. I mean, I was only working on more crits here, right? But I feel like this crit node is useless, so we might actually take the increased mana regen here and increase mana cost efficiency. That might actually be needed. Damn. You're mapping at level 62. I mean, mapping at 62 is normal. 61, 62 is when you start mapping, depending on how efficient you're playthrough-wise, right? But we were like already at tier 15 maps with level 5171, which was kind of crazy. Okay, so we're going to take this mana regeneration stuff because it seems to be working. I don't think we need to take the faster recharge of energy shield here. So that is actually unnecessary at this given point because we went for convalescence, right? So that's better. This gives us another 5 skill points to work with. We will need all these skill points after our Ascension, so don't worry, Chad. We will need these quite efficiently. Effective Arcane Surge seems to be bad to me. Do we have some mana regen here early on? We got increased area effect and spell damage while you have Arcane Surge. I mean, technically this is like an easy bonus, right? Because we always have Arcane Surge. This would be mana regen. Mana regen was stationary. We're not stationary. Mana regen, we're never on full mana, so that's useless. This is mana regen. This would be mana regen from Flask. That would be here. Damage is taken from mana before life. I mean, this would technically make us a bit more tanky. If I wanted to take it. We get here the reduced life regeneration rate, but 20% of damage is recouped as mana. Yeah. Yes. Just take that for the time being. I mean, some things we can change once we're... Fissure him. Fissure him. Oh, now I got hit by an effect. Convalescence. Chat. Convalescence. Convalescence, save me. Can't wait to use those level... Oh my lord. Can't wait to use those level 13 skill gems, chat. 18. But I need one more level for that. The problem about this build is... Jesus. That thing is... I'm probably doing elemental damage, but I want to know what he deals that kills me so quick. Like, the advantage of the build is very, very, very cheap. Right? You don't need anything for this. Like, where all the other builds need you certain stuff you need to have, build needs nothing. Just have a good wand, right? Not even a single unique is needed. Okay, so these bosses, if I get very close to them, I just destroy them, as it seems. That seems silly. Silly beans, chat. Oh, wow. Okay. Seems very silly beans to me. Bring back our inventory and then pick up these for the bonus materials. Which is better for this build? Physical. You open up your menu, you go on the entangle, you check what damage you're doing, and it's physical. And you're doing physical. It's a physical spell. We're also using cast on critical with another physical spell. So this build is all about physical.
Greetings. I'll find a use for it.
That's a lot of fire damage again. I want to take this reaping staff, and we obviously just want to see what happens. 29 end and max mana. How about no?
Can I help?
How about that was plenty useless, my friend. Okay, next level up, we got it, Chad. We go in one more map. We survive one more map. Then we fix our resistances at some point, and then we're Gucci, okay? I still want to use, like, I still want to completely reskill this into a tornado build. But I feel like me doing the tornado build is just Like that's for myself, right? So if I want to give you a stronger build, then I should definitely give you this first. So goal would be right now, let's finish the 4th Ascension. Okay. And as soon as we have the 4th Ascension done, we're going to like make a version number 2 of this. We're going to wrap up the version number 1. Getting hopefully vastly more energy shield. I should get a new helmet because mine is 283. I think I have a couple of helmets in my stash that should give us more. All guides and passive trees are so different. That's because every build has like their unique flavor, and often there's reasons why the passive tree look different, right? I mean, sometimes it's just simply down to equipment that their respective player has, right? So if you picked up something like really, really good, then there might simply not be a reason to go for certain nodes because you got that fixed over other equipment, right? Or you pick up like a specific unique that solves the problem, stuff like that. I wonder if I still need the pin node, considering that I got Impale on hit up there. Are the boots useful? Still, no. We could actually put the boots away to get like full energy shield boots. And we might have to take the full energy shield boots for the Ascension. Bosses in this map. Also give me that level up. Boss is going to be half the level still, right? Nah, actually at this point it's probably not going to be half the level anymore. Okay, let's try to not die once in a while, chat. I don't think we can hit the guy here because he's like on his tiny island of solitude and my spells are not reaching him. And I'm trying to destroy the man and he's just like, nah, you just vine slapped me and it just destroyed all my life. Okay, you got all damage ignite. Oh, that's so bad. All damage ignites, the worst thing that could happen. She dies. Just quick enough. Got amulet. You just silly goober smacked me really quick. Going back to the topic of not dying. And we're at half the XP done. Let's see what comes out of this abyss. Let's cast on top of it. I probably have to kill this before it opens up, right? Likely. At least my mana is now full. So I don't know what happened the last time where we depleted our mana so heavily. Are you resist? So what resist are you talking about? What is this resist that you keep mentioning? I don't have that. Seems to be like a no? The establishment invented that. Ow. So we definitely need to fix our resistances, yes. But I'm always, how do I say this now? I'm always very lazy when it comes down to resist because you get away with a lot. I mean, if you don't mind dying every now and then to something completely stupid, you're okay, right? I mean, sure, you will die. Sure, it will be annoying. But usually the slowdown is okay. I mean, obviously, you can just go in the store and buy yourself all your resistances, but I don't do that. It would be really easily fixed if I had an amulet with resists or a belt. That's why Ascension need right now. But I don't have a good belt. Dark Domain. Ooh, boss fight. Oops, we just we just left her behind. Level are we? Oh, we're 77. We started at 58 today, and since then we have been going through really quick. Dark Domain is which boss? The caster. Oh, wow. Okay, like, let's not ask even because it doesn't matter. Hey, chat, Dark Domain is which boss? Doesn't matter. Why would that kill me? You didn't even hit me with anything. I mean, sure, she can draw us lightning storms and I have, like, no life, but still. I have no lightning resistance, but still. 75 on elementals are a must for you. I mean, yes. However, it'll happen down the line, right? I'm just not too stressed to bother. Like, I know why I'm dying, if that makes sense. It's not like, oh no, we're dying. The game is so stupid. I can at least blame my resistances on this now. And be like, wow, if I had better resists, everything would be fine. But I can live live in self-delusion. My inventory's so full I can't even pick up that spirit gem. Self-delusion's best delusion. Build, are you following Spike? We're making the build, sir.
Seeing more, do you think?
Don't need to follow a build. Just make a build. Well, that's critical hit chance for spells, but sadly, it's never going to get the damage I need it to get.
Don't spend it all at once.
So, what we should do is... We got a couple of helmets with a lot of energy shield, but more importantly, we got these boots. So 30% movement speed boots. They've been waiting for us for a long while now. I made those boots a while ago. They're cool. My gloves have 10% fire resistance, and otherwise they don't have anything good going on, so I might as well put on random other gloves, right? At the end of the day, I just need resistance glovies. I have a multitude of belts, and right now I would like to have a belt that actually gave me any kind of resistance. Okay, that's 8% fire. And that one has cold. This one has cold. Here, this has cold and chaos. See? I mean, it doesn't have life, so that's a bit of a bummer. At least that brings me up to 175 cold. So we get all the cold now, chat. Okay, I need lightning resistance on a ring. I mean, preferable, I don't need this one, but it has lightning too. Okay, I need lightning resistance because I don't have any. Preferable lightning with lightning, right? I mean, this has lightning and chaos, but if it had a third resistance, that would be better. This one has increased cast speed and lightning damage, but not a second one, right? This has all resistance and lightning. Yeah, this one was one of my favorite rings, but sadly it doesn't do much. It just fixes resistances for me, right? Here, we can take the Fire. Somewhere. Yeah, somewhere I had this flying around, Chad. Just because I had it flying around, you know? Because why wouldn't you have like a 600 energy shield rope just there? Mm-hmm. That fixes a lot of the issues on that. My resistances are all over the place now. I need to replace a fire through a cold. And then we're somewhat good, right? And we're sitting at 4,500. Now we just need that level up and we're Gucci. We just crafted a crazy physical damage talisman for my wolf build. Let's go. That's what we like to hear, ladies and gentlemen. The killer craft. Honestly, crafting during campaign might be the favorite crafting. When you just get an item and you put some stuff on, right? You might have found an early essence and suddenly shit hits the fan and it's just like, what the hell just happened? Right? Oh, convalescence. Use the chat. So yeah, I almost made the mistake of not using convalescence because I suck. You know what you could keep Tornado for in your skill set? Just for destroying ground surfaces. Like, literally for nothing else but that. If someone gets annoying, I'll just destroy a ground surface and that's it. Oh no, you put up a whatever. I'll just destroy it. Oh shit. Have you ever found a mirror? In Path of Exile 1, yes. Not in Path of Exile 2. I literally found in my, like, I played last league, Path of Exile 1, the Keepers of the Flame, because it looked really interesting. And I found a mirror just, like, right at the start of the league. Like, just reached level 60 something mirror. Chat lost their marbles. I was just like, okay, cool. What do I get? Is someone gonna pay me $1 million for this now? No one paid. FYI, no one paid me $1 million. Ah, convalescence. What are you gonna do now? Right, chat? What's he gonna do now? Convalescence. This was supposed to give me enough XP to level up, and I'm sad it didn't. I get so many builds I want to make now, and Pony makes me add tornadoes to the list. I think tornado is obviously an endgame build, right? You have to level with plants or whatever to the point of tornado, and then we can play tornado. However, I do believe it's not a druid build, right? Because the real deal tornado damage will most likely come from the elemental limits. However, I think we could do it with Oracle as well. The problem is that if you do it again with Oracle, you kind of like you lose the usefulness of the perma crits. So we gotta play then tornado with Align the Fate or something like that, and that's kind of like eh. How good is that, really? Tornado Spell Totems? No, I don't think Tornado Spell Totem is going to be something. I mean, I definitely want to, like, pivot this into a Tornado build. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to finish the physical build. And then we're going to follow my one love, the tornado, and see what we can do with that. Oh, that's fire and cold. That's better. Technically.
I shall record your I'll take it. For now we part.
Okay, almost level 78, chat. And then we can see how much more damage is our new thing. Because we got a new thing. Make our way further up. Bloodwood. Savannah. Tornado with shock ground. Yeah, I mean, you need to do shock ground. You need to do frozen ground. You need to do ignited ground. There's no option to not do all of these. If you play tornado, you need to do these grounds. And optimally, you create them frequently. I mean, for ice ground, you can obviously just take a companion. Right? It's probably the easiest way to create frozen ground. I don't see like another good method to create it. Like regularly, just get a companion that has frozen ground. And then probably also give him persistent ground so that his frozen ground cannot be consumed. And then he just makes an ice trial that you can just consume the whole time. No, he just walked out of the nether realm. So we get this, chat. Level up incoming. And then we'll know if we actually get a meaningful damage bonus. But there are 2 layers of damage that we're getting now. So first and foremost, we get the upgraded skill levels. Because I finally have tier 18 skills, right? My Entangle is 16. My Binds is 17. That's cool. Convalescence on. Is that nerd? I need convalescence. Now we're getting our new stuff. So let's get our new cool weapon in. The Cold Gin from the Sork Ascendancy, that could actually work.
These are our supplies.
Oh, that's so sad. It's just it's okay. It's a 50 base. Some people just want to craft around with a like lower bases, and that's it. Okay, new stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my bad boy? There it is. 37 ind is needed. I am currently sitting at not enough. So we need to bring that over to ind and ind. Okay. So this is the difference is technically a lot. So we need to find out if it is really a lot. We're sitting at 8,000 and that brings us to 10,000. Somewhat more. How much would the... I wonder how much the lightning damage is. Okay, the lightning damage is actually like a significant bump. I mean, my old one was just great. My old Reap stuff. So I'm probably going to sell that one to one that needs it. Anyone tried the Shaman Apocalypse skill? I tried it on my Wyvern. It was really lackluster. I mean, obviously on the Wyvern with then the Rage bonus spell damage stuff. So you like if you want to play the Shaman, you need to do some Rage bonus spell damage stuff, but you literally need to do it without like having one of the animal forms making the Rage. So you need to then have like the Rage being made by like for your casting form and then actually play a caster that does elemental damage. So the idea of having like a glory skill as an animal form of the Druid to then pop off with it's just a fantasy. But not a fantasy that kind of has hand and foot. Or like someone had an idea in the office from Grinding Gear Games, but that idea was not feasible. And yet they thought, let's do it. Okay, that damage gain is noticeable by a margin. So we need to finish this map now. I need like energy shield stun threshold, and I need that badly. So we have like 0 stun threshold. We just get looked at and we almost die. But was I get the mana regeneration. We had here some mana regen that actually kept us up really fine. We wasted the points on this. We get the energy shield here. We get these two. We could go for the increased arcane surge effect for more. I mean, this is like a damage gain here that we could easily weasel out. If I have points in weapon set 1 and 2 in the tree, do I also have to set skills to weapon set 1 and 2? Well, all your skills are automatically set to weapon set 1 and 2 from the get-go. So technically they work with both weapon sets at any given point, but optimally what your plan would be is to boost one skill with weapon set 1 and then you boost the other skill with weapon set 2. That's the basic idea behind this. So for example, if I now wanted to make my my tornado stronger, then I would use my weapon set 1 for boosting the tornado, my weapon set 2 for all the other skills. That's how it's usually done. And yes, both can be done with the same weapon. So weapon set points in itself are actually like a bit misleading. They're more like make skilled stronger points than weapon set points. Right? I was expecting to fight the boss here, but he's not here. I would assume the boss is probably on the other side. Yep. All the way. Okay, I hope you're ready for the 4th Ascension, guys, because the 4th Ascension, you can do such different stuff on the skill tree. It actually is so amazing what you can do with the Oracle. The real fun starts. So, chat, by the way, who wants to see a lightning who wants to see a tornado druid too? We're gonna finish this physical build because I promised to finish that physical build, right? Dude, my mana just bottomed out. Why did my mana bottom out? Because all my skills just triggered the bone cage. And many of those bone cages, and it just slammed into him, right? So that was nifty. How do I survive with 20k armor if some attacks from regular monsters on non-buff blue maps kills me in one shot? Any tips what I should fix? You need more HP. So armor is nothing if you don't have enough HP, because armor does only reduce to a certain value, right? And the bigger the hit is, the worse the reduction is. It's kind of like a weird formula. Which means you need to have like at least 3k HP at some point to feel somewhat even remotely good with armor. And I know that sucks to hear, but that's like literally what it is. It's a lot of energy shield for a focus. I don't even want an energy shield focus, but Jesus Christ. Cast on crit. That's a huge amount of more energy gained. That's gonna make that trigger even more. I need mana stuff. Okay, we're reusing this note up here that says mana regen and then reduced life regeneration rate and damage taken recouped as mana. that would work, unless we would just take this here for more spell damage and increased effect of Arcane Surge. That would also work. And then we can just take more mana regen nodes once we get the keystone, so that's that. You can, for example, do this here. Less critical strike damage when on full life, more critical damage when on low life. So we can work with that. I mean, technically, a Painted Human would allow me to just take these nodes here all without even having to go anywhere. Probably going to take this one to grab myself the extra physical. Then I can just kick these 3 nodes out. And we could also... Not sure what else. Cast speed, increase mana cost. That increase mana cost would be bad. What is your job, Christian? I'm a full-time content creator. I do what I do here for a living. So, this is my job. Jinbaria, 77. Why are you not finding Jinbarias? Oh. Because I still have... Does it have a filter set? No. Salted? What will you change for Tornado? For Tornado, you have to change a lot, not a little. So we would have to go completely away from any crit node. Because obviously crit nodes don't make sense for Tornado. And we would have to go for a lot of damage over time shenanigans and stuff like that. Mainly physical too. And what you would need probably is a lot of gain the physical as extra lightning damage. Because the Tornado works with that, as you can see. So the Tornado currently has mainly physical damage, but it also has lightning damage and it has cold damage bonus. So it works with this extra damage as extra damage. To a degree. But yeah, like there needs to be a lot more soul searching to be done to understand what Tornado is doing. Right? I've been running 400 rarity on tier 15, still not dropping anything. What are you guys running? I run 0 rarity, and I made 800 exalted orbs in 1 day. I mean, rarity is nice and good, but end of the day, it's all down to RNG. Right? So, we have 8,000, chat. No matter how much rarity increase you have, if you're unlucky, you're unlucky. Also, rarity is a shit stat and I hate it. So I refuse to play it. Come on, if I get the 50% bonus damage, I feel like we have the damage to take care of our friend. Okay, monsters removed. Take physical damage on room completion. You have 50... Great. So we're going to take damage on room completion because I have no other thing I can do. And that will slowly chip away at our... This is a stinky start. I would technically want to just re-go, right? I don't want to redo it. I just walked through that. I should have died. Okay, I took some damage, but I restore some honor as well at the end. In case you didn't know. Every time I end, I just restore honor because I have cool relics going. Sure, you get to see there. Okay, so today we should be wrapping up this with, like, as soon as I get the 4th Ascension. That means tomorrow we can take the whole day, chat, to make Tornado work. Okay? We can take tomorrow's whole day just to make Tornado work. You know what? That has me excited. We have no evasion. Oh no! No evasion, chat. What are we gonna feasibly do with that information? Did I want that? Did I need that? No. Can I leave it on the ground? No, absolutely not. How do you get so much shield? I have a chest with 830. And a helmet with 283 and boots with 244. But the chest is a lot. I can even get more, so this is not even the a lot. I can get more. How do you get the Wyvern? Very simple, Heals. You need to level up to level 5 and you get the Wyvern unlocked. At level 5, when you use your first tier 3 skill gem, you get the Wyvern. So kill the King of the Mist, get your skill gem, boom, Wyvern. As simple as a goose. I got hit by something. Stone falling from the ceiling. Ooh, level up. Let's go. So level up gives me spell damage here, Arcane Surge shenanigans. King of Rest. Yeah, did I say King of Mist? I said King of Rest. Right, Rusted King. The dude, the man, the dude man, the bro beans. Okay, we're going to go over this and into the escape trial, because the escape trial is going to be one that changes the parameters of the trial. And that one is one of my favorites, like take 1,000 damage but get 3 minor boons. It's probably one of the best things you could ever get at any given point. So we need to rush for this. I'm sorry, there's no way we're not. Do we need cast speed on Wyvern? Everything the Wyvern does is attacks. I've had a YouTube commenter who is really confused. He did actually think that everything the Wyvern does is spells. He's like, Pony, you're using +5 to attack skills. That's useless. You don't do attacks. And I was like, brother in Christ, you only do attacks. The Wyvern has no spells, right? Same goes for the bear. Same goes for the wolf. Everything they do is attacks.
Impressive endurance.
Cast speed essentially does nothing for you. Okay, gain a random minor boon, gain river, gain blunt sword, gain... Oh, wow. Wow. That was a bunch of useless ones.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steal your
Is it viable to build tornadoes since we unlocked the tornado skill? You can definitely do a tornado build. However, you need to have the ground effects for it to be efficient. So unless you find a way for yourself to create ignited ground, shock ground, and also chilled ground, you are not going to get the most out of it. Problem, like for burnt ground, you can use boots or inscriptions. For shock ground, you could use shocking leap, but that's actually bad. So you probably have to work with companions, since companions would allow you to easily create set rounds. 50% more damage, ladies and gentlemen. 50% more defense. Let's fucking go. Our honor just up to 11,000. This is a good start. This is a big start. Ladies and gentlemen, we got this. Come on, everyone, pray and hope. Our DPS does not seem like that we have enough. Traps deal 100% increased damage. That would be so bad. So how about no? 50% increased merchant. I can deal with 50% increased merchant prices because I just got the 2 things I need, or the 1 thing I need with a 50% bonus damage. The only other thing I could need now is the enemies have less HP, right? Oh, he's proximal intangible. Bullshit. Dude, he just fell over from that 50% bonus damage. Don't forget to bring plenty plant food for the run. Hey, sir, we get a storm in our butthole, so fine. In case you didn't know, but we have a storm in our butthole.
a moment of respite.
can just pull it out whenever we need. Ground effect via companions. Yes, that's something you will have to consider when you're playing the tornado. Because again, like, we don't want to have the hassle. Like, the ground effects need to happen, and you need to be able to spam the tornado pretty much. That's the premise for the tornado build, to not feel clunky. Because just think about it for a second. If you now have to be busy creating ground effects to then just have your tornadoes work with them, that's going to feel shitty. However, there is a curse, and the curse has, for example, burning inscriptions. Burning inscriptions would then automatically create these ground surfaces, and the curse would also be used for cursing. So it'd be like curse tornado, that works. But that's like burning ground, right? That wouldn't be shock ground. Still need the shock ground.
Good riddance.
I love positivity. Hey, sir, I play computer games for a living. How can I not be positive? Next purchase is for free. 30% less life. Bam! You know, when you play that computer game for a living thingy, doesn't make life easier. However, it's still a very comfortable hamster wheel you put yourself in. You know? It's a hamster wheel, but it's a cool hamster wheel. So I can't complain about my hamster wheel I'm stuck in. Sorry. You're not doing sound effects while gaming. Are you even gaming? Flashing bites and a tango both damage the boss. Yes, and while they're damaging the boss, both are creating critical strikes. And these critical strikes are triggering your storm. It's always up. And they're also triggering your bone cage. So that is also always up. Therefore, you just have a continuous stream of kabams happening. You have Twitch too? Are you asking for my ticks now? No, we're also on Twitch, sir. Yes. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We would be on TikTok if TikTok wouldn't be so goddamn annoying to set up every single day. Is the second trial after the initial trial new? What do you mean? The trials of chaos are normal. The second trial has always been there with 2 floors. You usually don't do the 2 floor only one, so you do the 1 floor one, then you gather enough the shaboinkies to instantly do these 3 floor one. Lucius, good to see you there. Happy you caught us live. How are you doing? Ferwini, by the way, thank you for the 16 months. Doubtford, thank you for your gifted. Okay, lose sacred water when hit, but we have more maximum honor. Wait, less defense, take, but gain a random. Oh, lose 20 sacred water an enemy hit. I'll take it because I have 25 more honor. I sit at 15,000 honor, Chad. Okay, you cannot restore honor, but that's until we kill the next boss. Fire. Love that. I was 3 combo clearing campaign, pounds assault, shroud, slash, and now with the upgrade talisman, I'm zooming with assault. Well, that's great to hear, partner. Fines. So you saw those bone caches coming out of the ground, guys? Fire. Also, the bone cache does more damage if the enemy is impaled, right? So impaling is good. Problem is, we're playing Astral Projection. Astral Projection puts the bone cage where your mouse is, right? Problem is, I am cast on. I click on move, so I pretty much need to click on move to activate the moving casting, and then I need to still hover the mouse over the enemy. How do you get so much honor? I have relics that give me more maximum honor. Then I have 4,000 energy shield. Now I just got a boon that also gives me more maximum honor, 25%. And I had a boon that gave me 50% more defenses. And 50% more defenses obviously bump my energy shield up. Then I have more energy shield. Then I have more honor because I have more energy shield. And then because I have more maximum honor due to the relics, I have also then again more honor because I have more energy shield that gave me then more honor with a more honor. Right? And suddenly we're sitting at 15k. How are you dealing with Headhunter with a teleporting shadow stepping bug? I think you can just click it away in the top left corner, sir. But honestly, I don't use Headhunter. Okay, I could remove trade tariffs and the statue at the same time. Yeah, you know what? That's good. Because now the merchant is cheaper, but I also have, again, only 11,000 instead of 15,000. Yeah. Let's put down the friends. Clans are friends, Chad. I put them together because if they're together, then I can just kill them both.
That was an impressive display.
Okay, 720. This should buy me something useful.
Rest a while.
Next boon you get is a mayor boon. Okay. Enemies are slower. I think enemies are slow as great. No, reduced prices. Yes. Oh my goodness. Monsters have reduced. Okay, so we take the monsters have reduced action speed.
With intent. Onward.
Then the next boon we find is turned into a mayor boon. My Lich has 4 level to all spell skills, but after the most recent patch, my spells are not going up to 4 levels anymore. Weapon sets, sir? Is it weapon sets? Do you have the wrong weapon sets set? That's a random assumption that might be inaccurate, so nail me down on that. Wink. Okay, 3rd floor already. We've been doing quite some good tempo. The biggest issue is that once we get hit, we actually lose a lot of honor. So 11,000 sounds like a lot, chat, right? But since I don't have any armor, if I then get hit, I lose a lot. That's the difference to Warrior. So Warrior with 75 honor resistance, I barely lose any. It is crazy. So I pretty much beat Zarek the Temporal with 1,700 honor. Because even if he hit me, I lost like 10. Okay, done some. Honor's linked to your total defense, yes. However, armor doesn't influence it, and evasion rating doesn't influence it. So only max life and energy shield. But if you have a lot of armor, you take less damage from hits, so you lose less honor. Okay. Take damage on opening a key chest without using a key. All of these useless. Okay, what are we getting here? Light radius, less energy shield, movement speed if you have been hit recently. This one is a death sentence potentially. But you cannot restore honor. Okay, you know what? I'll take this. Because the other ones are too, like that less movement speed one, it has ruined me one time. So I was getting hit by one of these statues that one of these base enemies. You know, they look like bases. And they go like, they shoot like stars from the sky. Okay? And these stars from the sky, when they hit you with that 30% minus movement speed, they just make you have 0% movement speed instantly. And you cannot move anymore. It's very upsetty spaghetti. And then I died. It just literally melted all my honor away with one fell swoop. I cried. Okay, gain a random boon. Let's go, chat. That random boon will be a mayor boon now. Gain a random minor boon when you vener... What? Okay, so I just have to go to this shrine here to restore my honor. Okay. And I will get another minor boon. Don't mind if I do, Chan. I just got the minor boon, 20%. Oh god, this is a crazy run. This is a crazy run. I will be booned out of my mind. I mean, honestly, if I don't get this one done, then I suck. Spikes out of the ground. So we have our Entangle, and our Entangle has the chance to pin. But we also have the chance to Impale, and we have a cast on Critical Strike Bone Cage. So these spikes around our enemies are the cast on Critical Bone Cage that's coming out. Why Bone Cage? Well, because we have a lot of crit. Bone Cage works really good. It has like its own damage pretty much, and multiplies really nicely upwards with crits and everything. Okay, now I restore honor and I get another minor boon. You have 25% more maximum honor. Just like that, chat. Just like that. Holy. There's one that says when you get an affliction, you get another random affliction. And I've gotten that 2 times now in my past runs. So trust me when I tell you, this is good. If the opposite is so bad, then it's obviously also so good. Okay, where's the elite? Waiting for the elite. The elite up here, it was up here the whole time. So if you mean those circular thingies that are poking out of the ground, those circular thingies are from... They're from the bone cage. Like there it came out again, and it just does like, it can chain trigger. So the bone cage can also crit, I think, and then it casts on crit triggers even more, and then you just get like a lot of stacks in no time. Like sometimes my mana just instantly drains empty because the cast on crit triggers so often in a row. Thing is that from the vines, the actual vines trigger, and then the vines that are on the ground, they also trigger crits. Honor restored, more life, sacred water. No, I'm gonna take less honor restored because I think that's gonna be fine, hopefully. And we're not making a mistake here. Because I have relics that give me more honor restored, so less honor restored is pretty much normal honor restored. And I'll just not lose honor. Right? Surely it's going to work that way. How do you water the plants without storm? Cast on crit creates a storm. You just don't see the storm because it doesn't happen like at every mob, right? But we pretty much like... Get that storm during mapping, it's almost always up. Right? Perini, welcome back. Through. Oh! Holy. It almost touched my nose. I had to go on the platform. It's cast on crit for Bone Cage and cast on crit for Storm at the same time. So you can put 2 skill gems into the same thingy. See, there was just my Storm get out. Yeah. So you didn't hear wrong. You just, you know, didn't hear it all. See, now you like look at the top left corner, how quick this is being triggered. It happens like over and over again. So the storm is pretty much guaranteed up, and then you like have the cage, storm, cage, cage, storm, storm, cage. Right?
I sense another
Gemini
being
Cubs, what can they
resides
do?
Perhaps
Oh, that's the family. Be right back. Okay, I got kebab, chat. Habt ihr eine?
Greetings.
Dann einmal den nach oben. Store Honor.
May that serve you.
Hast du nicht genug gegessen? Was denn, du Fleischbandit? Ich hab Pommes gesagt. Tschüss. Meat Bandits. Okay. Damage while in low life. I hate the damage while in low life. I should never be on low life. However, there could be like an unfortunate coming together of circumstances that leads to your demise. So this floor is absolutely horrible for the animal forms. I am still not sure how my wyvern made it through this. I was like, I destroyed Zarek the Temporal, so that wasn't the problem. Okay, killing Zarok ultimately easy, but the way to Zarok, oh my goodness, the amount of try-harding I had to do is not even funny anymore. By the skin of my teeth, we dragged our way through this. Like using our oil breath as a long-range skill, pretty much, continuously, trying to not engage in mobs. Because all mobs in the 4th floor are ranged. Everything is ranged. And that's horrible. Let's see how this goes now. Okay, there's a boss. I mean, elite. See these guys? When they unleash their attack, that can kill you instantly. Not like a little bit instantly, it can like just instantly kill you. This is good. This is good, chat. This is good. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. You don't use rain, sir. My rain is being automatically used. Here.
Swift magnificence.
Okay, we take the escape trial. Because the escape trial is going to give us 2 boons, chat. What I wonder is, there's a limited amount of boons, right? What happens if you have all the boons?
Without his soul, like they did to me. He
Right? There's no unlimited amount of boons. There's a limited amount. But once we have all of them, if we are lucky enough with our boonometer, buffing it all to Narnia, what happens then? I'm not going back for that. You see, I don't need to go back for the key and potentially like lose an HP point. I have all the keys I desire. Having Druna. 40% increased movement speed. Let's go. Perhaps steal 100% increased damage could probably not be worse, but I have no choice. Right? It's impossible to get all the boons in run, but sir, I get a boon whenever I venerate at a shrine. You're saying it's impossible, but I'm just saying challenge accepted. Well, this is a horrible one. Just from a setup where all the enemies are, just generally speaking, a horrible one. I mean, I just have to zoom, unfortunately, into one of these guys, and I'll just take so much bonus damage. I don't even want to think about it. Honestly, that 15% reduced action speed is going a long way right now.
was close.
I only have 7k energy shield because we are in the Trials of Sekhmet. My actual energy shield is 4k. That's still an improvement from 2.5 to 4,
We cannot
but
allow
we didn't go up to
this
7.
This sacred place.
We have slower traps. Oh? Oh, the trap stopped working? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. These traps have been behaving weirdly as of late. A 40% increased movement speed is going a long way. Okay, restore honor, full chat, let's go. And we get another boon. As you can see, an additional map ahead. Well, that's useless at this stage. Okay, we do the ritual trial, because if I venerated that shrine, I get another boon. Eat. Right, if we do that shrine, we get another boon. Okay. That should give me another boon. Right? No? Give me another boon. I'm sad. Chalice trial. Okay, so far, the easiest 4th Ascension of all 3 forms, Chad. Wyvern, Deer, and Human. However, the Bear also had an okay 4th Ascension because due to the totems I could put ahead of him. And that was a bit different to the Wyvern. The Wyvern really had to engage face first, while the Bear could just throw totems. That helped massively. It's not actually funny how much that helped. He just poisons on hit and almost kills me with 1 hit. Great.
Great challenge.
we love to see that, Chad. And just hits you, and your character's like, ah! Okay, we're there. They've arrived.
This battle is our sacred duty.
So the goal is to spam him with Entangle and hit him with the vines, just as everyone else. It's going good, it's going good, it's going good. Boom. Give him the tornado. Can. Damage. I will say we have the damage, however... Only because we have our new wand. If I did not have my new staff that I get with level 78, I don't think we could have done this Ascension.
Fate smiles. You surprise me, Tajari.
Right?
But you have yet to cast off. Rid yourself of your delusions. Your fate
Uh-oh. 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 Woo! Let's go! Okay, Force Ascendancy, and we can get these 2 points, chat. Entwined Realities. And now shit hits the fan because shit gets really fun. This is going to be a very big reskilling of everything. Okay. Relics away. We had only 1 gold key. That's pretty sad. Time lost cash. Prime, Mr. Royal, Arcanist. Five. Anyone see a time lost cache? Silver time lost. Also, cartographer's stash would be good. Oh wow, really? 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 That was cool. It was actually cool. I'll take it. Royal Relic. Royal. There's a lot of royal caches around this time. I mean, like, seriously. The amount of royals is just out of this world. Keeping stuff. Keeping stuff. Another bronze scheme, as if I need it. At this point, just open whatever. Okay, let's see what we got there. We got a Spectrum there. I didn't see it, sir. So we're gonna redo our whole passive tree now. Before we do this, first, this is the update. So in case you don't understand how this works, I like to put a build update up when I did the Ascension. So, level 80, 4th Ascension, okay? And then I like to do an update of the swap we do. So we have the 3rd Ascension and then the level 75 crit swap, for example. That was allowed because of the Ascension, right? And that's how it works here in the Endgame. Because now we have the 4th Ascension and like I'll show you with what I did it and what we're gonna pretty much like swap it into. Okay, we got ourselves a bunch of jewels. What's this? Nothing too special. Oh goodness, do I have a jewel stash already full? No, no, chat. That means I need jewel stash too. Means I need jewel stash too. I usually try to avoid using 2 jewel stashes. It's annoying. No, 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 no. Physical, critical hit chance for spells, intelligence. Oh man, yeah. No. No. Bunch of sadness.
Take your time.
So this is my actual energy shield right now, 4.1. But we can now change a lot of things. Because we have the opportunity to, like, let me show you this now. It's actually super nifty, okay? So we're going to take all these points out. And we're just going to take Black Flame Covenant. Because with Black Flame Covenant, I can now just get this node. Just like that. And sudden escalation. Right? Good. Those are the 2 we want to take here. Then you can actually make your way up to Strength and Socket. Reskill these here. Reskill that. We make our way up to Infusion. We don't need the infusions, right? What we want though is this one. Could also take a 20% increased physical damage node up here if we wanted to. There's technically 15% increased energy shield, right? If we want to take it. These are just good nodes for maximum defense. If we want to ignore the stuff here. What else can we do? You could technically go over here. Okay. Like let's reskill these points. Okay. You can go over here to take this node. And it would allow you to get the 10% extra physical damage without having to take these 3 plant nodes. That one is not so useful though, because there's nothing else we can take. So we could take more critical hit chance, right? Just a 15% increase. But that's like, right? What does that even do? When we're sitting at 25. So if I take this away, we're sitting at 23. But on the other hand, to have or not to have, so it's quite simple. How can we do this, by the way? It's because of this node here. What are you eating? German national food. Called a Turkish döner. So with the entwined realities, that's why we needed the Ascension. We can now use our keystones for funny shebang bangs. We could technically go for 1, 2, 3 more and then instantly pick this, but I'm not sure how useful that is. And now that we have taken the Wild Surge Incantation, you could also just get this increased energy shield from equipped helmet and ignore all the other nodes. Right? We can also take here, this is skill effect duration. This is damage is taken from mana before life. I mean, technically it wouldn't hurt to get, right? Neil, thank you for the 5 gifted. Neil, welcome back, brother. I hope life is not eating you up. Neil has been real-lifing a lot lately, Chad. Does Tornado work in this? It does something, but it doesn't do a lot. So, it is... The Tornado is in because I like to use the Tornado. It's just bonus DPS for free. Are there any other keystones we could use? That's a good question. I mean, we could technically make it to the Ritual Cadence, right? But the Ritual Cadence, whatever, like, spell area damage, okay, cool. But, yay. We could get Physical as Extra Chaos. Okay, sure. Or we could get Invocation skills, but that's useless, right? We could go for Whisper of Doom. And that would allow us to go Curse Duration, Lightning Penetration, Immune to Shock, Cold Resistance, so not anything interesting. We would have the... Necrotic Talisman, but that would not really allow us to take more, right? So that's a bit of what we're at right now. I like what you can see, right? Why not take Power of Storm? Power of Storm. I don't have points.
Speak.
But yes, we want to take Power of Storms. But we not only want to take Power of Storms, I wanted to take Chronomancy too. Because skill effect duration... Oh, sorry, it doesn't hurt. The skill duration also prolongs the convalescence. Right, I took more skill effect duration, so convalescence actually lasts longer. Which is good. Make it last even longer. Okay, now let's do, with the changes, a tier 15 map. How it feels. Oh, great. Enemies get damage as extra chaos damage. How about I just shoot myself in the face, Chad? Because that would be like the equivalent of doing that. So, this was probably the easiest I have ever been from 58 to 80. I mean, we started this stream 6 hours ago. 6 hours, Chad. And we went from 58 to 80 with a 4th Ascension. I'm still a bit sad that my tornado is just for the shits and giggles in and has become mostly useless, but apart from that, we're fine. So all these changes led to now even more damage, right? So if thrashing winds are 22, our others are 14. Now our mana is holding up, so that's nice. We're gonna see how it's now versus bosses, right? The mana holds up versus bosses equally nice. Why are we still playing the tornado though? It actually has an interesting reason, chat. So tornado can remove ignited ground and stuff like this. So if there's any ground surface you don't want to walk over, tornado can eat that up. So I'm pretty much just having it as a like oh shit card that can help. It's quite funny. And at this point you're not using it for damage anymore, right? Just really the what if shit hits the fan? Do I do that? Pull out my tornado. Convalescence on. Oh, these buffs are going crazy, Chad. Would have died a while ago from this, right? And we're now killing everything way faster, so we're not actually close to death anymore. I mean, already with the way we are, unless I make a big oopsie doopsie, unless I just shove my face where it's not supposed to be shoved, I shouldn't be dying. I'm not going to trigger a breach together with an abyss. That is not going to happen. I'm smarter than that, I think. Then we're going to trigger this, right? Fun part is, the weapon we crafted for this build cost us only, what was it? 25 exalted, right, chat? So for 25 exalted, we made a weapon that has 200% spell damage, and that also has 160% physical, right? 200 physical, 166 spell, and on the tippity top, all the attack skills. And yes, you don't believe it, but that was only, was it 25 exalted? Crafting good weapons, like crafting a good talisman, costs you at least 1 divine currently. Yeah. Because the spell skill, the attack skill thingy is so expensive. Crafting a wand? Do you get that from trade? I bought the base from trade. And then the craft, I just calculated up what the crafting materials would have cost, brother. Well, the base is from trade. It was 20 exalted. But the crazy part is I could have gotten, so mine has 204% physical, right? I could have gotten one with 199% physical for 10 exalted. Yeah. I mean, for like 15 exalted or so, you can absolutely craft complete madness currently. Do I want to go in? I want to probably go in. Didn't we have the architect to kill? We had the architect to kill, Chad. Why didn't we go kill the architect last time? We completely forgot that we had the architect to kill. We opened up, Chad, and then we didn't go. Has crafting become better? Tons, sir. I mean, like, if you use the essences the way they're supposed to be used, then you can easily make yourself a good weapon, a good wand, a good armor. I'm personally a big fan at the state the crafting is in. I mean, there's still some unnecessary complication with like Kurgle modifiers and Aminamu and that kind of stuff. To be fair though, like the more you add of these to your crafting, the more expensive your item gets. So sure, you could mess around with all these weird ass modifiers, but preferably you're gonna ignore that they exist, right? Okay, run temple, right to the architect. Ignore everything else. Why are heavy belts so expensive? Because people are kitty crafting heavy belts into Headhunter. So they buy the normal wide heavy belts, and then they put an Orb of Chance on, and they hope for Headhunter. That's because everyone and their mom wants Headhunter for their super end stage builds, even though you don't need it. It just makes you stronger. So there you have it. That's why that one is so expensive. It's easy though if, well, if you don't give a flying fart about Headhunter, you can make yourself easy currency. Temple level, I actually have no clue what the temple level is supposed, like where it's coming from. I mean, I'm in a tier 15 map and the temple level is 79, so 2 levels less than the tier 15 map. Right? I cannot tell you why. Good. Let's take down the... Oh, completed rooms. Really? Yeah. I remember. You actually had to complete... Oh, we're good. We're good. This is fine. Not fine. This is not fine. Sorry for being off topic, but was following your Wyvern build videos, and now I have no idea how to incorporate the 2.0 and the 3.0 final step videos with your first video, which is more step by step. Well, the 2.0 and the 3.0, so the 2.0 is a direct update to the first one. Okay, so you have like your Wyvern first video. Then you have the 2.0 that is the level 65 further. And then all the other videos, the 3.0 and the Ayla's Chime update and the final form, they're bonus information to make the build even stronger, right? I don't know how you killed me, if I'm absolutely honest with you. And I also feel like you shouldn't have not killed me, but hey, that's just me. I did also not look at my defense, so I'll accept death. One room clear, ha ha. No, actually not even one room clear because people are just setting on the outside of the room. Room completed. Changed the passive tree. Yeah, I mean the 2.0 and the 3.0 each change the passive tree, but it usually builds up on each other. And they all just make sense. Pretty much the way how I went through the progression, if that makes sense to you, maybe. That's how I do the snapshots for my builds. It's like, first I do this, then I do that, then I ascend a third time. Then with the third ascension, these changes are being incorporated. Okay? Step by step by step. Need to clear 8 rooms through the architect. I feel like that's a silly prerequisite to force us to do, though. Still. Okay, we need the reaping stuff, that's for sure. And the sacramental robe. The rest is no matter. We're doing today, we sadly had to go away from our tornado to make the garden build done. So to finish everything the garden build can do, we had to leave tornado behind, and that makes me very sad. But what we are going to do tomorrow is we're going to do everything that we learned today, okay? And we're going to put that into a tornado version. But pretty much today you're getting the plant version, and we're going to finish the plant version pretty much, and then you get the... And we're going to swivel from the plant version into the tornado version, because I want to see just like how far can we take the tornado to? Can the tornado do the same the plant version does? I mean, in between we're still dying, but at this point I just put it down to me being a idiot. You know? We're still dying because I'm an idiot. We're not dying because, like, you know, anything is a problem. There's one missing. Me being bad on computer games. We're going to do a wolf build. Yes, next up should be a wolf build, unless I want to do a Disciple of Varashta first. However, since we're so indoctrinated into the Druid at this point, I might as well just finish my whole Druid spree, right? But yeah, before we do that, we first want to actually fix up the plant tornado build. Because I just have some ideas for the tornado build, and I really want to see if they work. But annoying for this build, for the amulet, I would probably take an energy shield anoint. I mean, if I had infinite funds, right? You could take yourself here up here the 60% energy shield anoint, for example. That's probably what I would do. No. If you want it cheaper, you could probably take yourself one of these. No, not one of these. Where's it? Take here this 40% probably. That's just if you want it cheaper. Okay, we got the architect, ladies and gentlemen.
Architect of misery awaits.
You have come too far. My design never fades. Flaming resilience. Inconsequential.
Dude, my My mana's bottoming out, Chad. We're critting too hard. We're critting too hard. Well, that was quite mana intensive.
Oh, look at that. A blood medallion. I think I've got something in here. I have done it.
Okay, what are we getting? We're getting the Spire of Ire. I don't even know what one that is. The Royal Key Access Chamber, ladies and gentlemen. And we get a Vault. So if I get this, I can kill Aziri. Huh?
I have done it. We now have full access. Use Shippocado's console to open a path to the Royal Access Chamber.
Let's see what we can do with it back at the console.
Okay. Architect one-shots you, that's odd. Do you not have enough life? Resistance? Everything? I mean, there's many things you could have that would prevent that from happening. Okay, where is the boss? Donde está la biblioteca? Chat. There was loot down here, it seems. A catalyst. So, like, this is how I die when I'm just randomly face first, just zoom into the opponent. A viable Vibrant build for the endgame content. Does it struggle with anything in particular? No, it struggles with nothing. Wyvern had an absolute easy tier 4 Ascension. Pinnacle bosses are no problem. Map clearing is also not an issue. Easy destruction. Okay. Now at that point, I can finally put here into the increase arcane surge, right? We can take this crystal and I can put that over here. I have a lot of damage, but I forgot to skill into defense. Yeah, so what you need to do right now is when you start mapping, you're gonna refund a lot of your points that you took for damage and you're gonna straight up force them into defense, okay? That's the best thing you can pretty much do. It sounds a bit weird, but you should definitely consider that. Just shove it all over there. I could save all these points here, by the way. If you go for end, and this, right? This will reduce your critical strike damage bonus, which is a problem. So by how much? We're sitting at 245%, and without this, it's at 350. Yeah, we can't take that note. I was hoping we could mess around with like another keystone to weasel out some things, but that keystone is too detrimental to be useful. Here, damage is taken for mana before life. This helps at least a little bit for defense.
Yes.
Greetings. Take your time.
Extra fire damage, mana, useless.
Beware those altars.
Oh wow, I got so many of these amulets already. The 5th one or 6th one I've gotten. Here we go. What was that? That was a yellow map here. Monsters are armored. Who cares? Monsters are armored. That's bad, but we break armor, so that should be fine. Slick. We go full ES. Yes, on this build, we went full energy shield. I thought about going for a... I'm going to say this now. We thought about going for armor energy shield combination, but it just simply turns out that full energy shield is better for what we're doing. Can I say? Dude, that fungal behemoth he just got eaten. Yeah, he just got eaten. Oh my lord. Now I activate Convalescence, my energy shield comes back up, and we're good to go. So it's just too simple, and you can't do the same with armor. Like, you could have technically played Arcane Surge in gives you life regeneration instead of mana regeneration, and then have used Arcane Surge to get yourself, like, insane amounts of life regen. Problem with that is that the Arcane Surge is needed together with the other stuff to keep my mana up during boss fights. Because you've just seen it when we have like a boss and we spam away at him, then yeah, you need the bonus mana, or you're just going to burn yourself empty too quick. Woo, ladies and gentlemen, blessings! And a greater jeweler's orb too, damn. Look at that. Give me more. One time you put a yellow map in, huh? In these situations, your enemies just don't last long enough. They just die. I changed over to bear. Should I change my ascendancy? You can do the bear as a shaman too. You don't need to be oracle. There are good things you can do with a bear. Oh, finally we died. Actually survived so well, right? Did we just have no energy shield? Because I really didn't pay attention how much we had. You know what we need to do? We need to activate the bar again. When I play energy shield, I require the mini bar. Otherwise, I just don't know what's happening. What's the difference from using Preserved Rib versus Ancient Rib? Do not use Ancient Rib. Holy Christ. Do not use Ancient Rib. Sell the Ancient Rib. It's like my last Ancient Rib was 400 Exalted or so. Ancient Ribs give you a guaranteed high level modifier. So there is the Rib for level 65 equipment or below level 65 equipment. Then there's the Rib for 65 and above. And then there's the Rib that gives you guaranteed level 40 modifiers. So they're giving you guaranteed good modifiers that when you're crafting, you're just guaranteed that it's a high roll or a somewhat high roll. And therefore they're super expensive when like for the high-end gamers. So for people that want to do the absolute high-end crafting, right? That craft a weapon that's multiple worth divines. I found an ancient, what was it? Jawbone. I think I found an ancient jawbone, yeah. And that one I sold for 200, 300, 400? I don't know. Like, it was a lot. They're like 600 now. There you go. So just FYI, jackpot, sir. That's why you want to do Abyss, by the way, as often as possible. Because these ribs, they're just selling. They don't drop as often as they used to, sadly. But if one drops, you're pretty much good for the season. So the game is Path of Exile 2, sir. And we're currently playing the Plant Mage. AKA a Druid. It's considered a mage now. The Abyss. That's why I also put like Abysses on all my maps, right? Because Abysses on all your maps potentially give you awesome stuff. And at some point you just have the easy clear on Abyss, right? But that boss just got destroyed. This is Oracle. This is a Druid Oracle. It's better than Blood Mage because Blood Mage might have a higher base crit, while I have guaranteed crits. She can't even catch me because we kill her before. Bam, 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 bam. Considering that we don't even have the maximum crit version of this build, I'm very happy. Level 20 gems are 400 exalts. Sell them. I don't see a single reason why you should use a tier 20 skill gem, because they're not even making you that much stronger, right? You can already clear everything with tier 18 skill gems, so I would sell a tier 20 most likely. In 9 out of 10 times. Wait, in 10 out of 10 times.
The nameless creature.
Not even a single time where I would consider using it. What we can do though now is we can take our 21 splinters and we could buy ourselves breach splinters, another 29. They should be really cheap currently. Yeah. Why are we doing this? Because I want to just kill Zesht, right? With this build. Okay, let's go. And kill Zesht. Good. What build is better for Druid? Spells or shapeshifting? Both are great. I can tell you that the Wyvern is probably easier to understand because it's just more damage than hit things die. And the only trick you have to figure out are the power charges. So my Wyvern is at a point where she just auto attacks and the whole screen explodes. I gotta say that is very satisfying to play and I can get so much more damage out of her. So if you like casters, obviously the caster is better for you. However, the Wyvern just makes more sense, right? Because scaling physical damage is just more sense making in this game. That being said, the actual talisman that you need to craft costs more than crafting a weapon for this character. So I crafted like an absolute like divine tier weapon for 25 exalted. Yeah. That's how stupid it is. Convalescent, I should activate it. How does plant skills gain those spikes? I have a pin support on. Reason is that we do crit harder versus pinned enemies. This is really nice. You can do this, your build is good, by the way, Chad. This is always like a sign for your build is working clearing-wise very well. If you can do Zesht, and you can pretty much just stick to the order and kill everything. That's when your build is performing adequate. Are you using Hurricane? I use Hurricane to eat up ground surfaces. So let's say there is frozen ground, ignited ground, shock ground. I can just use Hurricane and it's gone. Yeah, but that's it. Boom, Hurricane gone. So if someone leaves behind an ignited ground, if someone leaves behind a frozen ground that you don't want to walk over, you can just Hurricane that. We will make a Hurricane version though, or actually a Tornado version, because it's not Hurricane, it's Tornado, by the way. Let's hope one of these breach rings is actually good. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we think? How's this gonna go? So the only thing that I would need, by the way, now to be stronger is destruction. That's really good. Works really well. As you see, my mana bottoms out in between, so you need to make sure that you have a mana bottle that recover applied instantly that actually works and reduce charges removed, because like this, I really get like my charges back fast that I can actually get this, right? Oh, high res, that's just the 51. I don't do the 101. It just takes me too long to get those splinters, and I'm too lazy to do it.
What do you think? I'll find a use for it.
Okay, what are we getting here? Maximum mana cast speed. That's nice. That's actually a really nice one. Getting like the maximum cast speed up there, right? That's pretty nifty. Life, strength, lightning resistance. Attack rating cold. We can do so much more for the build still, right? Because I have no cast speed on my reaping staff. Nor do I have cast speed currently on my... Choir of the Storm. Choir of the Storm used to be very... Wasn't Choir of the Storm very wanted? Usually. Or am I wrong? No. Cheap as fuck. Sad face. I mean, probably if you get like a good Choir of the Storm with a lot of whatever. I wanted to explore streaming on Twitch again, but I don't have the partnership to stream above 1080. I stream in 1080 digital. You don't need to stream above 1080. If you want to stream, you should always multi-stream. Not multi-streaming is a big mistake. Okay, we get the Arcane Surge boost. I'm not sure if I like the Arcane Surge boost. That one seems not like too helpful, and I don't feel like I need the damage, right? So the effect of Arcane Surge increase is obviously interesting. Let's just increase spell damage. We could probably remove this damage node here as well, but I like it. Could probably save some more points by going over here. Because I don't need this, like 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd like to have like one mana node. Or where do we have something that we could take that would make sense? I mean, I did like this one. Reduce life regeneration rate and damage recouped as whatever. We could also mana regeneration and then just increase the effect of Arcane Surge, right? That would essentially give us more mana regeneration and more cast speed. So maybe the increased effect of Arcane Surge is it. I mean, optimally, I would take this and I could take more nodes around, but that would be not advisable, right? This was just while stationary. You're technically stationary while casting, but at the same time, we're like always zoom in sideways, right? This This is the only mana, life regeneration, and cast speed at full mana, but we're never full mana, so it's like a waste. I guess we're going to take like the improved Arcane Surge effect, right? Because this allows us to cast faster, and casting faster is kind of cool. I still feel like I like the random elemental damage here, right? Because that's 5% of damage is extra off a random element. It just seems like, why not? Why would I not invest into this? There's nothing really interesting here. Is Ignite Magnitude, Area of Effect. This Frenzy Charges. Just checking if there's anything interesting. Not really. Oh, we could just get another 15% spell critical bonus down here, right? Twisted Domain down. That is Azamite Megalith. Oh, I love the Azamite Megalith. Let's go for that. What is the Azamite Megalith? That is like where you get the boss into the boss into the boss into the boss, right? You don't have the Eye of Nicora. You need to do the other maps, then you get the Eye of Nicora. So first finish the other stuff, then Eye of the Nicora. If can I put a tablet on the Azamite Megalith, chat? Can I use like a tier 15 to get more loot? Right? Well, the fun part about this build here is that it's like the natural evolution of the plant build. Right? You didn't even have to like think much about it. It just made sense to do this. However, the real interesting part will be messing around with a tornado. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna rest until that tornado build is made. Just gotta think about if it would be better if we play the tornado. Would it be better to be a shaman? If you're a shaman, you would apply elemental exposure on the enemy. Okay. Get out of here. %, physical. This is like the most you can get. One node. Yeah, shaman gets +1 to storms if you use the Magi, so it seems like you must be a shaman more or less.
Welcome.
What do you think?
I didn't want to do my 4th Ascension again. Okay, let's do the Azamite Megalith. Let's go. Sadly, you can't put... What is it called again? Sadly, you can't put... like more XP from shenanigans on this. Activate Magali. You can use Frostbomb for that. Yeah, but you don't want to use Frostbomb for that. Coin. And the exposure of Shaman is cool because it's just there. I'm just not sure if Shaman would be more useful or all the hidden nodes that Oracle has to offer. I need to believe that it's possible with Oracle. Very important for my own sanity. How many megalith were there to activate? 4? 5? I use Frost Orb because it would be another skill to use next to the Tornado. And if you can get the exposure automatic with Shaman, then you don't have to think about things, you know? Didn't Invoker create Shock Ground and Chill Ground automatically? If you take the nodes for it, out of interest. Can we do a Monk Tornado build? For sure Invoker had nodes for that, right? Could be the last one. There more? No, we got it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Oh wow, she just got died. Milud. Ah, I was greedy. I was like, if I just stand still here and hold down the button, I will just absolutely destroy him, which I will, obviously. Why can I not go in? Sam? Ah, no. Stood in the poison, so I deserve to die. It looks really chill. I mean, you put down your thrashing mines, and then you're gonna be spamming the enemy with the entangle, and the entangle uses your cast on crit to do the bone cages, and the bone cages tear apart the enemy. Like where a lot of your damage comes from, because you have like these bone cages here, right? And you can see on my mana whenever things go crazy, because that's when my mana just drains away. Nice damage, and it's not even the final damage, because we can get more critical hit chance on our we can get more critical hit chance on our stuff, and we haven't even 5-gemmed everything, so there's more. This build already on Mobalytics. The level version, the 1 to 65 version is on Mobalytics, but not the follow-up version that we have going on here right now. Oh god, that was crazy damage. Do you see the triggers here? Holy, my mana just bottomed out. And Gonzo. Ah, this works pretty well, chat, I would say. One more coming? Oh, the double. Yeah, the double. Oh, the double. Easy. Done, chat. Okay. There's some gloves that take your mana regen but give you 150% on crit. You mean crit multiplier? I don't think that's needed. Or do you mean the one that gives you more mana regen if you dealt a crit recently? Yep, there are these gloves. They're called Nightshade, I think. Night. No, they're called Night Scale. No, here, see. This says increased critical hit chance, 150% increased mana regen if you have dealt a crit recently. Cannot regenerate mana if you haven't dealt a crit recently. The thing is, you always deal crits. Right? You never not deal crits. You can take that if you want, because that's probably some really super easy thing. This is quality of life, exactly. You don't need it. This is just bonus if you wanted to. I mean, it costs you 1 Exalted Orb. It already works without these gloves. So that's kind of like, yeah, could do. But also don't need to. 2 to 57 lightning. Ooh. I keep all gloves that have a lot of damage. All gloves that have a lot of damage.
This is what we have.
Oh, it's you.
Durdry? What does Durdry do again? Durdry was a gem that's not being sold. No one is selling Durdrys right now. I mean, what we should get right now is a better helmet. We should get better gloves, probably with more energy shield, and then we could already be happy. When we're currently doing this without having like all the resistances out, how good could a helmet be? Out of interest. Market panel. What can a helm do for us? Helm. That would be energy shield. $328. It's not much higher for 5 Exalted. Okay, what can I get for 20 Exalted? $360. Also not that much higher. What can we get for 50 Exalted? I mean, what means not much higher? Due to the energy shield multipliers, it will obviously go crazy, right? For 50 Exalted, you could get 374 or 447 actually. It's kind of nice. 447 is pretty good. You can get 446, 445. It's 370 is not even quality dub, right? So that's that. I mean, pretty much twice what I have right now. Considering 283 gives me... Why does 283 give me 1,000 energy shield? So what you're telling me, if I get another helmet, I would be sitting at 2,000 energy... I would be sitting at 5,000 energy shield? Well, okay, maybe there's a difference, chat, maybe. How much better of a chest could I get? I'm at 800, right? 800 seems good. Could I get a much better chest? Body armor? 737,857. Oh, not much, Chad. That's cool. I wasn't aware how good our body armor is. Yeah, that's pretty nifty. So 830 is kind of like maxed. I like that. Makes me happy. I mean, boots are pretty good. We could obviously get an amulet. So my amulet is shit, right? You can now get an amulet that has like a, well, what is it? Energy shield. And then you could get like one that gives you like percentage of energy shield, right? Do I even have a single one that has percentage energy shield right now? I don't think. Yeah, 36% increase to maximum energy shield. That would be how much currently? But 4. Yeah, it's another 400 bonus. That's good. And that's not even high, right? You could get a 45% really nicely. So getting this character up to 6k energy shield would cost me another 30 exalted. And then I would just be an undying calamity, right? I'd say, Chad, that's going to end it then today. We killed Zesht. We did the tier 4 Ascension. The easiest playthrough ever. We will tomorrow focus on a tornado build. So tomorrow's going to be all about tornado and seeing what we can do with this. And especially if I can do it on an Oracle or if I have to swap over to something else. I'd like to do it on an Oracle, but we'll have to see if it's possible. Therefore, thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hopefully enjoying yourself. It was a very good pleasure to have you here. The video guide will probably have to wait for tomorrow. I'm going to start today already, but I won't get it done. I'm sorry. But you will have it tomorrow morning as early as possible. So therefore, thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, and chatting. I hope you find a very good rest of your day, and see you all on the guide and on our tornado gameplay.